that e'er I've had. They're sorry for my going away, and of all the sweethearts that e'er I had, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls into my lot that I should rise and you should not, oh, gently rise and softly call. Good night and God be with you all.
I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call, please. Danielle? Okay, should we do that first? Okay. May I have a motion to excuse Board Member Dr. Rios from the board meeting tonight due to work obligation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-0. Okay. Roll call, Danielle?
President Yu,
Yes?
Vice President Beach,
Present.
Clerk Eugenio,
Here.
Board Member Dr. Apodaca,
Here.
Board Member Mr. Nishi,
Here.
Board Member Mrs. Say,
Present?
Board Member Dr. Rios is absent. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we will be discussing the following items in closed session: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, one matter, conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, ABSME, and CSEA, public employee appointment, Principal Ross Middle School, existing litigation, special education settlement agreement, OAH 20220-10797, and special education settlement agreement, OAH number 20220-30900. Student discipline, deliberation on student expulsion matter pursuant to Education Code, Section 48918C1. Okay. Any public comments on closed session items?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Eugenio. May I have a motion and a second to move into closed session?
So moved by Sophia.
You and your second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Let's go eat, Mama.
waiting. We had a very heavy discussion in the closed session. First, I'd like to have a motion to excuse Board Member Dr. Rios from board meeting tonight due to a work obligation.
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay. The board is back in open session. May I have a motion?
So moved, Apodaca.
You had your second?
Okay. We welcome public comments, and anybody wishing to make a public comment must fill out a card on the table to my left. All public comments are to be made during the public comments section or at the time an item is presented and must be done before the item is discussed. Each comment must be no more than 5 minutes. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, one matter. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. Public employee appointment, principal, Ross Middle School. Existing litigation, special education settlement, agreement OAH 20220-10797. In closed session, the board discussed and approved the special education settlement agreement in the amount of $6,875 in attorney's fees for OAH number 20220-30900 by a vote of 6-0. May I have a motion to accept the recommendation for expulsion for student expulsion case number 2122-1 and orders the student expelled based on violation of Education Codes 48900A1, 48900A2, and 48900B.
So moved. Second.
The board adopted the recommended rehabilitation plan with the following modification. 1 counseling session a week and 4 hours of service a week. The board sets its regular board meeting of December 2022 as the date on which the board will review the student for readmission. Okay. Do we need to vote on this? Okay. We're going to vote. The motion is on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes. Okay, we'll have a pledge. Chris, can you lead us in the pledge?
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Next, we have presentations. Mental health support. Melinda Ortiz, Director of School Services.
Good evening. We're going to wait until the screen comes down so we can share our presentation with you. Good evening, Board President Yu, Vice President Beach, Clerk Eugenio, board members, and Dr. Su. On behalf of Mrs. Porter, our district social worker, and myself, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to share with you this evening a brief overview of our mental health support systems that we have in place to support our ABC students and families. Formerly Safe Schools, we now refer to this umbrella of service as ABC Cares. I'll begin with a brief overview of the organizational structure of ABC Cares. The ABC Cares Unit falls under the School Services Department, of which I'm the director. School Services also houses the Child Welfare and Attendance Unit, whose services regularly, indirectly complements the ABC Cares team with providing student services. In referring to the organizational chart, you will see to the left the Child Welfare and Attendance team members, led by Supervisor of Child Welfare and Attendance. Both of the Child Welfare and Attendance coordinators work with our school administrators and MHPs, mental health professionals, to ensure that our students are attending school regularly. The 2-Bay facilitator provides support for our students who are involved with substance abuse. On the right side of the chart is the ABC Cares Unit. This team provides direct support to schools, students, and families that are in need of services to ensure that every student has access to basic needs and support for their social, emotional, and mental health needs. Our district social worker, who provides clinical support for MHPs, as well as training and facilitation of mental health professionals and Masters of Social Work interns, which we have working with us in our district. And of course, next to my right here is our district social worker, Mrs. Tina Porter. We have one SEL, Social Emotional Learning TOSA, Teacher on Special Assignment, a PIP coach, and PIP is Primary Intervention Program. We have 32 mental health professionals assigned to our schools. As well, this year we have 14 Masters of Social Work interns from a variety of our local communities, our local universities, excuse me. And I believe that I missed, and I don't want me a miss, our SEL TOSA, if I did not share that. We have a community liaison that also is part of our department, and she works out of the Fedi Community Resource Center and serves the community throughout the district and works heavily in the south end of our campus. Additionally, we have our community resource partners that we work with regularly. And Mrs. Porter will go ahead and share some details about these positions and their work later on in our presentation. So as we're moving forward in our presentation, I just wanted to kind of recap. ABC Care's focus is on mental health and social emotional wellness of all ABC students within a multi-tiered system of support framework. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn the presentation over to Mrs. Porter, our district social worker.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. I'd like to share an overview of some information this evening about the MTSS pyramid. 100% of our students are represented within the 3-tiered triangle to the right of the slide. All ABC students are provided with Tier 1 level services. Tier 1 is universal and preventative in nature, and for 80 to 85% of ABC students is everything they need to thrive and succeed in school. For 10 to 15% of students, however, it is not enough, so additional support is needed for them to reach their academic potential. Students identified as struggling for socio-emotional reasons also have access to Tier 2 services while continuing to benefit from Tier 1. And for most, this additional level of intervention will be enough. However, for 3 to 5% of our 100% of students, Tier 1 and Tier 2 are not enough, and they continue to struggle and/or may present with urgent needs. These higher need students may need the more intensive, focused, time-sensitive supports that can be provided at the Tier 3 level. The triangle or pyramid reflects the inherent fluidity within the tiered response, and students may move up and down through the layers as they respond, or not, to interventions. It's important to remember that children are not Tier 1, 2, or 3 students. Rather, they are students who are receiving one or more services at Tier 1, 2, or 3 levels. Ideally, all of our students will do well with Tier 1, which is the least restrictive. but they may need additional services as new problems surface or existing problems resurface during their academic career. Next slide, please. Now I would like to share some brief information about our key programs and services under MTSS. So MHPs, that is the medallion on the top right. That is 32, plus myself, master's level MHPs who serve 29 schools as qualified specialists. MHPs provide educational, behavioral, and mental health services such as school-based counseling, using evidence-based and evidence-informed practices. They are the link between student, family, school, and community, and are trained to promote whole child development and well-being. The second medallion, MSW interns, Master of Social Work interns. This is a cohort of between 10 to 15 graduate level MSW and or MSW PPSC. PPSC is Pupil Services and Supports, credential-seeking interns. They come from 4 university programs that we work with locally: USC, CSULB, CSUDH, Dominguez Hills, and San Jose State. Not really local, but they have a really vibrant online program. Our interns supplement the work of our MHPs at all tier levels, but with appropriate training, supervision, and support as they integrate what they are learning in their graduate programs with their ongoing field work. And they do this at as many sites as we can get them to support. They also receive course credit for these field hours. Next is PIP, which is Primary Intervention Program. This relates to our ability to provide social skills instruction in small groups of 3 to 4 students. And these are our younger students, and PIP helps them prepare for classroom and school success. These are modules of 12 to 14 skills that are taught weekly for approximately 30 minutes. We are able to offer 2 modules during the year, currently at 7 schools. We have 1 PIP coach serving 5 schools every week, and this is supplemented by our bachelor's level intern from CSULB who is serving 2 schools every week. SEL, this is socio-emotional learning. SEL curriculum and curricula facilitate lessons and activities in socio-emotional learning that align well with Common Core standards. They support the CASEL competencies and life skills that accelerate learning. Our TOSA, Teacher on Special Assignment, and trained paras work closely with schools and teachers to support students who have been identified with significant behavioral needs, those that impact not only the student, but the classroom environment. Next is PBIS, Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports. This is in place at 27 of our 29 schools. PBIS encourages and reinforces positive school behaviors. Expectations for behaviors are taught, supported, and adult-led, and as usual with equity for all students. ABC Cares, down at the bottom. This is ABC Cares unit at FEDI, on the FEDI campus. ABC Cares provides basic needs resources to low-income families and links all families in our school community to needed agency referrals. Examples are maybe tutoring for our homeless students and bereavement support for the whole family. We value our community partners such as Baby to Baby, who supply us with items for children 0 through 12 years of age that include diapers and clothing, which we are able to distribute to our families in need. We have referral procedures in place, so teachers and mental health professionals can and do refer families who are in need. We also have on-site access to mental health supports from Helpline Youth Counseling and Masada Homes, who maintains satellite offices for mental health services at ABC Cares. Moving on to our community resource partners. So in addition, we have specific MOUs, or Memorandum of Understandings, with local mental health agencies who serve our students via referral process. We meet regularly with our partners' directors to best meet our families' referral needs. And most of these referrals to our ABC partners are made at the Tier 3 level. TUPE is Tobacco Use Prevention Education. These are services that support students who are at risk for substance use, tobacco, vaping, etc. And hip hop, one of my favorites, which is a derivative of actually Playworks, stands for Healthy Indoor, Healthy Outdoor Play. Hip hop promotes inclusive, cooperative, fun play during recess and lunch at elementary schools. So we look here for healthy bodies and to support the CASTLE competencies for self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. And finally, close to my heart, are foster and homeless achievement programs. As the liaison or the district level liaison, these programs support our most vulnerable groups of students, those who have shared histories of high mobility and stressful environments in their youth. Next slide, please. Also me.
No, I'm going to share Tier 1, and
Oh,
you're going
okay.
to share Tier 2 and 3. We're not going to read each one of the different areas of support at the tier because you can see them. However, you will notice that as you move up in the tiers that Ms. Porter has just shared about, as you move up in the levels, we will continue to provide the support. So you'll see the same supports, but they will be offered in a different capacity and a different level, dependent upon what that student needs. So in Tier 1, an example of Tier 1 would be our monthly mental health theme, or another example of Tier 1 supports. And again, these are the universal supports that we offer all students throughout the district. So that would be classroom cushion supports, where possibly a mental health professional would go in and work with an individual classroom of students and do an SEL activity with them. I do want to remind you that it is our Mental Health Awareness Month this month, and Tina has provided you each with a blue, you should have this, a little blue pin and ribbon that is a representative of Foster Care Awareness Month, this National Foster Care Awareness Month. So enjoy your ribbon, and Tina's going to take over Tier 2 and Tier 3 for us.
So as we mentioned earlier, our Tier 2 supports are for those students who require a little more in terms of support for difficulties they are experiencing. So if it's at the 2 level, it means that student has been identified as needing some support. And so this is a process that requires, there's a referral process and requires consent from parents or guardians. So for an example, we would be perhaps working with our mental health professionals or interns to support students' peer relations, conflict mediation, perhaps some bullying situations, and certainly addressing classroom behaviors that are not conducive to learning. So our Tier 2 interventions use some of the same services, just at a more focused level. So instead of a classroom push-in, it might look more like pulling that student out for individual or small group services that are targeted to whatever the need is that's been identified. And Tier 3. So we also talked about the needs of our students who have been identified with more pressing needs. So either they are not responding as we had hoped to Tier 1 or Tier 2 level interventions, but we need to provide something more substantial. These are intensive interventions and also time sensitive. They could also be a service that responds to an immediate need of a student that may not have been identified or on our radar at all in any way. So if a student is presenting with an immediate need, is in distress, is engaging in high-risk behaviors perhaps, or articulating perhaps that this is something that they would consider, we would be intervening immediately. So an example could be suicide ideation. Verbalized, written, drawn about, so communicated in some way. NSSI is non-suicidal self-injury, or self-harm as it's sometimes called. This is where our interventions for student safety in terms of recognizing potential child abuse might result in a report to Child Protective Services. And so our MHPs and our MSW interns operate at the Tier 3 level supporting students. It's also a time when we would be referring students and families out if the needs of that student were more than we could support at the school level, so with school-based services. This sometimes happens when The need is perhaps for family therapy, which is not something we can provide at the school site. And remember that the students hopefully would respond to that level of intervention fairly promptly, and then would either be able to function very well with just the Tier 1 services, or perhaps go back to a group setting. All of our services are intended to be for a shorter period of time as possible, so that we don't pull students for more instructional minutes than is needed, but all of our supports are in place to create an environment or to put in place an environment where the student can succeed, and we want to do that as soon as we can. Next slide. Okay. So I'd like to share a little bit of information about ABC Cares in terms of the data that we have been collecting and the impact of our programs and services. And we have new systems in place right now that better track our student support, so we have more information on an ongoing basis. So what you see here is a snapshot with some takeaways of the impact of ABC Cares on student wellness, and hopefully which can emphasize the work of our schools and ABC Cares team members. So we look at the graph on the right-hand side of the screen, and this relates to Tier 2 services, so students benefiting from Tier 2 services for the period 2014 to 2019. You can see that there is an uptick between Year 4 and 5, and this appears to correlate with when we were able to provide mental health professional support at all of our campuses instead of splitting MHPs between different campuses. Other sort of interesting takeaways, if we look at the number of students that were served in the 2018-19 school year, we're at 3,082. And already this year, and we are only at the end of April in terms of these data, is the 2021-22 students served, 6,604 to date. And this represents an increase of 114.28% this year. A couple of interesting data bites. I hope you like the pun there, data bites. So Tier 1, we just pulled out a couple here to illustrate some of our program successes. We have implemented some peer connection groups, particularly to focus this year on the return to in-person learning, where many of our students lack or are in need of some support in terms of socialization and fitting back into the school campus environment. So 908 students so far have participated in our peer connection groups. At the Tier 2 level, we talked a little bit earlier about how important getting into the classroom and talking about social-emotional learning and coping strategies and psychoeducation for our students to help them be successful. And this year to date, our team, mental health professionals and interns, have completed 2,834 push-ins into the classroom with the teacher to support students directly. And sadly, but with reality in mind, we wanted to just share the number of crisis interventions that our MHPs and interns have responded to this year to date, 1,037. So these are interventions specifically to target a greater need. So most of these students are those who would present with some level of risk to safety. Yes.
Okay, and finally, we did want to share that our mental health professionals this year, although they are focusing, of course, on our students, there has been a need by staff, and we have record to date that our mental health professionals have worked with some of our teachers and staff on a personal level to support them. 1,056 meetings with staff members this year to support. So it's been a great asset to our district, not only to our students, but for the well-being of our staff.
I think it also speaks to the degree of teamwork and trust that our schools have developed with their teams that support student wellness, because they work very closely, MHPs work very closely with teachers So they're either consulting with them about students and somewhat naturally then perhaps hearing about some of their own stress levels.
Well, we are moving forward and looking into additional supports and services that will complement what we're currently doing. As I'm sure you're aware, there's an increased need for services at all of our schools since we've returned to in-person instruction after COVID closures. So with that increased need, we are investigating some additional services. So what you see on this slide is current curriculum, Thrively, Harmony, and Skill Streaming are some of the curriculum that we're currently using. We do use Second Step. Our MHPs are trained on Second Step, and they use a Second Step with some of our students in individual consultations or in small group consultations. We're exploring looking into Second Step for TK as well as K-5, since it is being used mainly currently at the middle school and high school level. Teach Town is another curriculum that we're really excited about and that we're looking at, and this will serve our TK students and as well as our special education students. It's a really excellent curriculum. We'll continue to update with skill streaming and look at any updates that they have for us, and K-adult transition programs for special ed as well. Zones of regulation is something that we have used spotty throughout the district, but we would like to take a look at possible adoption for our district to be able to use more extensively. And then also Thrively, which is a 4th through 12th grade curriculum. Currently, we have a committee formed, and we will be meeting in the next few weeks to have this committee look at all these different curriculums and decide what they would like to present to our board to go forward as a recommendation for adopted SEL curriculum for our district for the upcoming school year. So be prepared, you're going to get some new curriculum coming. Finally, we are also exploring outside sources that can support us, work alongside us to support our students where they have either really extensive need that is beyond what we can provide in the school setting, or just to help tackle a little bit just the sheer numbers of students that are showing need at the Tier 3 level. So some of the agencies that we've already met with, and we're looking at possibly presenting to Juan and Cabinet, Dr. Sue, with regards to the possibility of bringing them on forward with us next year is Care Solace, Hazel Health, Daybreak is another one that is a program or a agency that works with the very neediest of our students. Youth Mental Health First Aid, you may have heard of that. We have that in place. We have a couple of our staff members trained in Youth Mental Health First Aid, and we're looking forward to a trainer of trainer models and training a few more of our team members so that we can begin offering youth mental health first aid training to not only our teachers but our supervisors and our student supervisors at the elementary level, at the middle school and high school levels, and our paraprofessionals and those that are working closely with students. LA Trust Youth Ambassadors is a new, really exciting program that's being piloted in LA Unified at just a few districts. And we've been able to speak with them about this pilot program, and it's something that's very exciting, and we're hoping that we might be able to tap into that and bring that into ABC at maybe one or two of our secondary schools in the upcoming year. So we are busy, needless to say, in the ABC Cares unit. We take pride in our work, and we know that the work right now, as always, is very important, but now more than ever, the team that works at our school sites alongside with our administrators and our teachers and all of those that work with our students, it really does take that village to provide these supports. So we're very fortunate to have such a wonderful group of staff at our school sites to support our team as we move forward in helping our kids. So with that, we'll conclude our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. First, we have a question from Dr. Chris Apodaca.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, ladies, for being here tonight. I think it's very important to point out that the different programs that we adopt and that we use here district-wide are data-driven. Not only are they data-driven, but we collect data, so we have metrics and results for those programs as they're implemented. Many of these programs, PBIS in particular, have a very high success rate. They're not 100% because, let's face it, nothing is, but they have a very high success rate under normal circumstances. That said, there's some numbers here where I can't believe it. We're talking about Tier 1, which is the environment. It's a healthy environment, it's a happy environment, it's to teach kids and help to mold them, right, to reaffirm and to support them. That's Tier 1. Tier 2 is something happened, but to go from literally to double, 114% in Tier 2, which is they're now being pulled aside. They're now being faced one-on-one. Now, if you could correct me, Tier 2 is usually an individualized per-case basis for that student. Is that correct?
Yes, these are students who have been identified and referred, so they're on our radar.
That's Tier 2, right?
Yes, Tier 2.
And on top, and that's doubled.
Yes.
Has the amount of MHPs doubled?
No.
Okay, you don't have to dig into that. I will. So now we're talking about mental health professionals. They're professionals. Their workload has doubled. I don't know how they can maintain a nurturing, safe environment, social, emotional, safe environment for an entire school when they're constantly being pulled out for Tier 2 referrals, which, again, are individualized. And if you meet our MHPs, you know that they're sitting there, and then it's not just 2 or 3 minutes. It's they have to document it, right? We have an obligation to document it. They have a whole process they have to go through. Their cases more than doubled. So I want to make sure that we're clear. We haven't increased. In fact, we've struggled to maintain and to recruit mental health professionals, like other districts are suffering right now to recruit and retain. Okay. And then also, Tier 3, is that then we're referring it out to like the Community Family Guidance Center or another outside agency?
That would be the case management piece, yes.
Okay, so once we refer them out, are they no longer, do we maintain contact with them and the third party, or are they completely off our radar with the third party?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify, Dr. Apodaca. So yes, when we do a crisis intervention with a student at the Tier 3 level, it doesn't end there. I mean, there is the follow-up and making sure that the student receives services. So we have to keep that student on our radar and make sure that there is a plan. So for example, for a student who has been hospitalized, there would be a re-entry plan. So we need to make sure that that student is connected to resources. And this is one of the reasons why I think expanding our ability to contract with agencies outside that can also address that at the family level and ongoing with the student would free up our MHP's ability to go back to school-based interventions and supports because those Tier 3 interventions, which have increased so greatly in numbers, indicate that the need is not going to go away anytime soon. And so, yes, they're spending a lot more of their time at the Tier 3 level, more intense services. Ideally, they would be spending 50% of their time on Tier 1. And this is the preventative level. Right? So that enables us to connect with, build school climate, student connectedness, get to know students so they feel that they belong and have someone to talk to and understand what supports are available at the school site.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you. How much time are they spending right now on Tier 1 versus Tier 2 and 3?
I almost feel that the MTS triangle that we shared with you earlier has been inverted.
Hmm.
All right, so little time, if any, on Tier 1, substantial amount of time on Tier 2, and of course we have to prioritize and triage our Tier 3 responses, so that comes first.
Okay, and I'm almost done. I just want to make clear, though, so we all understand really what our MHPs have been doing, because if we don't ask, we won't know. So having TK, having services for transitional kindergarten, first grade, I want to emphasize that, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's important, though, for us to have those resources for them, because they're coming back post-COVID, right? A lot of these kids haven't had that social interaction in the classroom that they should have had because it was online. Being without a mask, having to adjust to the classroom environment. Developmentally, they have to adjust. Is it safe to say that with regards to making sure we have resources for TK, kindergarten, and first?
Absolutely.
Okay.
TK through 12th grade. I wanted to tap on to what Tina was sharing. We have met with the LA County Department of Public Health. We've had a couple meetings with them, researching resources that they may have for us and support. And we have found from and heard from them that they're in a similar situation as we are in ABC, as other districts. They're losing employees to school districts in other areas out of state, and they're having a hard time even gathering supports for the departments to help. As well, they're seeing that their needs are being used mainly at that Tier 3 and Tier 2 level now, and so they too are having a difficult time providing Tier 1 level supports out in the county.
Okay.
My
So-
understanding is that DCFS, Department of Child and Family Services, has recently lost 23 of their providers who operate out of the Santa Fe office alone. So a lot of our systems are very strained.
And last two things. One, is it safe to say then that those, by not having the full Tier 1 available now, that this is going to echo down the line? You're going to have kids that right now, because we don't have the resources to dedicate to Tier 1, will manifest in other ways, in either Tier 2 or Tier 3 referrals down the line, and it's just starting now, so to speak. I hate using the phrase fall through the cracks, but we can't get to everybody. We don't have the climate. Is it safe to say that this could potentially echo a few years down the line with other students?
Well, we're certainly not putting in the stopgaps if we can't
Okay.
provide that. We are working very hard at the Tier 2 and Tier 3 level right now, and as Tina was sharing, being able to bring in additional support, whether it's through outside agencies or not, will allow us to free up our mental health professionals to focus back down on a universal level to provide the supports at Tier 1 and helpfully keep our kids from, or catch them before they move into a Tier 2 or Tier 3 need.
And finally, I just wanted to say thank you to both of you for coming in and sharing this information. It's valuable. I want to say thank you to our MHPs for pushing through, and I think it speaks a lot that you had so many teachers and staff reach out, because MHPs are not in a corner all by themselves seeing students. They're a part of the active governance and running the operation, right, working with the staff and faculty at the schools. So I think that's very important, and it speaks really, really well to the ethos and the team spirit that we have in ABC. So thank you, ladies. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Ninishi.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you for that very elucidative report. That's a lot of information there. So basically, it's we need more resources towards this particular area. In a nutshell, is what you're indicating, right? So some of this I don't understand. What is a push-in?
Do you want to share a push-in?
So I was hoping that you could have like an acronym dictionary, because there are plenty of acronyms here that I would
We'll
love to have.
provide you with one, Mr. Nishi. We'll create one for you.
Thank you, thank you. What is a push-in?
A push-in, yes. So when our MHPs go into a classroom at the teacher's request, it means that there's been identified a need that is best addressed by talking to the class as a whole and providing interventions and activities that teach that skill.
So the whole class.
Yes, so the whole class. It can also,
So if there was an incident that happened, then they would speak to the whole class to address that particular incident.
it's also a way of, if there is a student that we believe needs an intervention, if we go into the classroom and talk to everyone about it, then a rising tide lifts all boats, right? And it's certainly good practice to shore up all of our students, and they get the same message.
Pushing
And
is
that takes a
often,
lot of resources then.
So
in
they're
other words.
literally pushing
Yeah.
in
Right.
to
Push-
the classroom. but
pushing is often used as a restorative situation as well in classrooms where an event may have taken place and everyone's witnessed it or experienced some sense of sadness or whatnot. And so a push-in would occur where a mental health professional, it could be a school psychologist, one of our trained mental support providers could go in and work with the whole class to help restore balance within the classroom.
So if
for-
there are threats to the campus, stuff like
Mhm.
that, that's where you would use the push-in services to
recent.
specifically address. So we probably used those recently. Thank you for that. And so that I don't take all your time, I'm going to really quickly. So maybe these programs here on the bottom, Thrively, Harmony, Skill Streaming, Second Step, I don't know any of those programs. So if you could give me a, not here and now, but later on a quick dummies version of these programs. So when later on we're asked to review and understand them and also tell the public what we're talking about, we'll be somewhat competent to tell them. So that would be nice. I noticed here that there are crisis interventions tier 3. Those, you were saying that's suicide ideations potentially.
That would be one reason
One of
why
the
a
reasons.
student would need level services
It's
at
the
tier
most
3 level.
intensive, right? And then I noticed that we have, on this level here, this other chart says we have MSW interns working on the tier 3 levels.
Our interns do support and supplement the work that our MHPs are doing. They just have the appropriate level of supervision, training, and support during that process. So they would not do these interventions alone.
Right.
Really, none of us do. You know, at that level, it's very much a team approach.
What kind of qualifications do we have for our interns?
They are graduate level students
Graduate
at the
level.
master's level. Our interns are all pursuing their Masters of Social Work degree, and some of them are concurrently working on their credential for school services.
Okay, so they're well qualified. They're probably from the local schools, and we look at the grades to make sure they're the top interns that we can possibly get, right?
It's a whole process. We have to have referrals and interview and select and request, and then our interns who interview have to say where they would most like to be placed, and we hope to find matches. We have a pretty good reputation. We're a teaching institute for USC from the early days.
From USC? I'm not sure about that, but, all right.
Okay, we are a teaching institute for one of our universities with whom we work with to have interns, and we have done that from the early days. So yeah, it's a whole process. There's evaluations, there's working with the field liaisons at the school, at their university and their programs, and we like to make sure.
We may put that down, board member there.
We like to make sure that we are kind of working concurrently with an understanding of their coursework, right? So that we match, some of our trainings, because I will meet with them as a cohort group every week.
Okay,
And
and so
we
we
do case
evaluate them as they're going
consultation,
through the process as well.
Case review and trainings.
Do they get a
So-
grade?
They get a no credit. They get credit for coursework, but they don't get a grade.
Okay,
We
I'm sorry,
do
I'm
rate
asking
them
this.
for the evaluations, so they're anxious about that, but
Right. And then, so they're doing the tier 3 interns and we are supervising them.
absolutely.
And I'm just wondering what the level of, what kind of supervision that they're doing. So for example,
Sure.
the advice that they give to the tier 3 recipient of services, that's obviously, are they directly giving that, or are they going through another person, or?
They would be working with a mental health professional, all right, in terms of being a part of that group. All right, so they are not interacting directly with, unless they come with a lot of experience, and some do. Some are mid-career changes, right? So They usually observe, and shadow a lot, and it's part of their requirement that they have exposure to learning opportunities. All right, so stepping outside of perhaps their area of comfort is part of what our program is all about, but that is only done with appropriate supervision and support.
Okay, last two questions, Madam President. So are we having any difficulties in getting these interns? And then the very last question, and it sounds like,
We used to be able to attract more interns, and this is Tina's arena, but I do know that the other districts are also pulling interns, so we're all kind of clamoring for the best interns. So we have seen a reduction in the number of interns we're able to recruit each year.
Some of the other districts, of course, are able to offer work study or stipends, right? So it can be quite competitive. And some of them are building their programs, mental health supports around cohorts of interns.
so it's an issue of resources which we will be addressing, right? Yes, thank you. That's all, Madam President. Thank you for the
Okay,
time.
thank you. Next, we have Vice President Brad Beach.
Ms. Porter, Ms. Ortiz, thank you for the detailed report. I was also looking at the Tier 2 comparison data, and it's alarming. I knew that we had an increase in behavioral issues at our schools, but I didn't realize it was this bad. And Tuan and Gina can attest that at the last two meetings I've said, I think we need to spend more of our one-time monies on mental health professionals and getting help for our kids. Was there any data looked at as far as the Tier 3 subjects, and did that increase pre-pandemic to now?
At this time, we were not able to locate the data to make that comparison from prior to the pandemic until now. So what we have done is, as Tina was sharing, is we've created a system to record this data. It's a system that we've actually created, Tina and some of our interns. And so we're now tracking it very closely. So we just didn't have the comparison data.
Okay. I am glad to see the new proposed curriculums. I think that's going to be great for our students, and I appreciate you being proactive in looking at that, so thank you. That's all, Madam President.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Sophia Say.
Thank you. I was listening a while, but I do know the internship, actually, each school, college, university, they bring the curriculum to you, and there are things to be targeted, the objective, and to met. And our staff definitely, I know the intern cannot practice independently. It has to be shadowed by
Absolutely.
the teacher. That I understand very well. So when people ask that question, I was that, because most people do not know about internship things. So, but I want to apologize, and I want to thank you so much, give you such a great detail about the relationship with the school. I also know for sure a lot of schools will come to our area too, because one of the things sometimes when they graduate, we hire a lot of students from have internship in our school, that's a positive side. You did a wonderful job. I want to let you know. There's such details, such wonderful. I really appreciate, especially the past 2 years, and we realized so much needed by social worker and mental health staff, and I sincerely appreciate it. It wasn't easy. You see a lot of things usually not happen that much, like suicide or incident, things you see more than the job was before, and you handle very well, smoothly, and I want to thank you so much as a board member here. Once again, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you. And just as a shout out to our MHPs, I would just like to point out that some of our best mental health professionals started out as our interns.
Yes, I know that. A lot of from my the school I taught before, Cal State Long Beach.
Thank you.
Go
Okay,
Beach.
thank you. How many students does each mental health professional or look over, assigned to? And how long do they follow that student?
Well, the students are assigned to their field placement for the school year. The last day of field is around the beginning of May. Some of them stay a little bit longer. But basically, they're out at the school sites, matched with MSW as their field instructor. So our MHPs are also supporting the learning process for the next generation of social workers to come in and support schools.
So once one mental health professional works with a student for a whole year?
So the question was, how many students would a mental health professional?
Yes.
They will stay with a student as long as that student has needs. And-
Same mental health professional?
Yes, they will
Okay.
see, so at our high schools, we have 2 mental health professionals assigned to each of the high schools. And our elementaries and our middle schools each have 1. And as the cases come in, there's a referral process, as Tina was sharing, and they determine who will be working with that student and what those needs are. The student may need group support and not individual support once a week. They may need a check-in, check-out type support or some type of classroom push-in, or they may need individual counseling, or we may need to work with them in with our community partners and do some referrals outside to get family support. So it's very dependent upon what that student needs, and how long those services will need to be provided will be dependent upon the student, how the student responds to those services offered.
And how are the parents involved and included?
So yes, at the Tier 2 level, these services do require parental consent. So for the most part, the referral may be initiated because of teacher concerns for how the student is thriving or not in the classroom. So usually the parents already know, so they've had those conversations and they already know that a referral will be made. So the process then, would be for our MHPs or interns who are assigned to that student and will be providing the services to reach out to them. So that's a parent engagement piece, to ask for consent. And
So
to go through
besides the
that
consent,
process.
are there any sessions where the parents are involved?
No, the parents are not involved in terms of family therapy. We work exclusively with the student. But we partner with parents. So a lot of the skills that they teach, we would be working with the parents on how to work with their students at home to
Okay.
reinforce that skill.
So you do
that
give
would be very
evaluation to the parents?
Absolutely.
Systematically.
And that's part of that
Okay,
discussion
okay, good.
as to how that services will roll out. And
Okay.
they
okay.
also notify the parents when services are concluded and do a kind of a progress check.
Okay, good.
And President Yu, I do want to remind our community that is listening that we will not provide services for an individual student without parent consent unless it's an emergency basis or universal support. So
Thank you. That's really reassuring, yeah. Do you partner up or allow any organizations outside of school to work with the students? Like, would you, if the outside organizations want to reach out and help the students, especially kids, foster kids or kids who don't have as much parental support, would you allow that, such as local, like Red Cross, YMCA, or faith-based organizations? Would you partner up together?
we do often work with organizations or outside organizations, but we work very closely with our risk management department to ensure that we are safely bringing an outside agency to work with us on a volunteer basis. Oftentimes, we have supports like that out of our ABC Care Center at the Fedi Community Resource Center. Vision vans, dental vans are huge supports. We do a lot of that type of work.
Okay. Thank you very much. It was very helpful, but just lastly, having raised 4 children myself, that I don't know if you can focus on just getting the kids to understand, stay away from the device, minimize the device, get out in the open sun, do a lot of activity, physical activity, hiking, going to the beach, and give them some kind of direction, because they're children, right? Direction and goal, the purpose, and that drive. And I think that does help because they're lost, okay? Especially because of the pandemic. Yeah, that's my 2 cents. Thank you very much. Okay, I think that's the end of it. Thank you. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the agenda for regular meeting of May 3rd, 2022?
Madam President, I'd like to make the motion with one amendment. I'd like to move action item 2.3 to immediately after approving the minutes. Ms. Castro is in the audience. She has young children that have school tomorrow, and I think it would be, and nieces, and it'd be beneficial to approve that, let them get home.
Okay. There's a motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So I have a motion. Can I have a motion?
So moved, Apodaca.
Second by Sophia.
Okay, that's for agenda.
This is to approve the minutes now.
So that, yeah.
So we're
that's
doing the
for
minutes, and
Oh,
then after
okay,
that,
okay,
we're going to
okay.
vote.
So may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of April 5th, 2022?
So moved, Apodaca.
Second by Sophia.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And now it's
Okay.
2.3.
Okay, we're going to bring action item 2.3, we're going to bring it up. Okay. May I have a motion to approve contracts and compensation for Mr. Tuan Nguyen, Deputy Superintendent, Chief Financial Officer, Mrs. Carol Castro, Assistant Superintendent, Academic Services, and extend their contracts through June 30, 2025.
So moved, Nishi.
Second, Apodaca.
Okay, Dr. Su?
I have the privilege and honor of recognizing Tuan Nguyen as our Deputy Superintendent and Chief Financial Officer. He earned his bachelor's degree in Business Administration, major in accounting from Cal Poly Pomona. His master's degree was from Public Administration with a concentration in Finance from CSU Fullerton. He began his career in ABC Unified School District in 2001 as Assistant Superintendent, Chief Financial Officer, and has faithfully served and led our district to be fiscally solvent and well-managed for over 20 years. Prior to his work in ABC Unified, Mr. Nguyen served in the following positions: Director of Fiscal Services in Lenox School District, Fiscal Services Manager of Alliance of Schools for Cooperative Insurance Programs, an Audit Supervisor for Macias, Genie and Company, LLP. He was an accountant, too, for the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health Budget and Cost Reimbursement Division. With his extensive experience in fiscal services and the management of ABC Unified School District's business services and Measure BB bond initiative, Mr. Nguyen is best qualified to lead as the Deputy Superintendent for ABC Unified to continue moving the district forward to meet the overall needs of our students and staff. Would you like to say a few words?
He's shy now.
Very few. I just want to thank the board and the superintendent for the opportunity to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we also have the Assistant Superintendent of Academic Services, and this is Carol Castro. She earned her biology degree from UC Irvine, her cross-cultural education from National University, and she's earning her doctorate degree at USC with an expected completion date of May 2023. She began her career in ABC Unified as a biology teacher in 2000, as a biology and physics teacher at Artesia High School. In 2005, Ms. Castro began working at Haskell Middle School as an assistant principal, and then transitioned to Fetty Middle School in 2007. In 2009, Ms. Castro became the principal of Fetty Middle School. In 2013, Ms. Castro became the supervisor of curriculum and professional learning with academic services for ABC. In this position, she helped to roll out the new Common Core standards, has supported over 500 teachers with curriculum pacing and professional learning, and led district textbook adoption and curriculum implementation for all of the subject areas. She has spearheaded the efforts to implement dual enrollment options in our high schools and support for English learners through EL counselors to support improvement of graduation rates. She has coordinated with instructional technology to transition to virtual learning, special programs to support designated and integrated differentiated strategies for English learners, and special education to provide teachers with innovative coaching models. Ms. Castro has developed site-based coaching structures and led curriculum and counseling meetings for assistant principals and counselors. In addition, she is the district lead for various LCAP goals and is responsible for the LCAP budget management for supplemental funds and Title II federal funds. With her experience as a teacher, site administrator, principal, and supervisor leading all of the secondary curriculum and professional learning for ABC, Ms. Castro is best qualified to lead our academic services division and allow ABC to continue moving forward to meet the needs of all of our students and ensure growth and progress for our underserved students. Congratulations, Ms. Castro.
President CU, Vice President Brad Beach, Clerk Dr. Michael Eugenio, board members, Superintendent Dr. Mary Sue, our cabinet members, and to our ABC community. I am honored and humbled to be appointed as the Assistant Superintendent of Academic Services. Dr. Sue reviewed my 22-year career, so I won't bore you with those details. But all of those experiences have really helped me grow as a leader and build my skills to adapt to challenging situations that can best serve our ABC staff and students. My heart is in serving and supporting our students and families to build better lives for themselves through the many possibilities that education can offer. As an English learner, Latina, and immigrant to the United States, I have early memories of struggling with the language and navigating the American school system. But my parents, who are here, and my family, supported me and instilled in me the importance of hard work, valuing the possibilities that were afforded to me, and always being in service to others. And for that, I want to take this opportunity to thank them publicly. To my mentors, colleagues, union partners, teammates from past and present who are here today, to my sister and my nieces who are here in the late evening, I thank them for their support. I spoke to my parents and my sister and my family before I applied for the job, because I said, this is going to take a village, right? I'm going to need help. This is going to be long hours, and I need to be committed to this work. And without hesitation, they instantly gave me the green light. They said, we will do whatever we need to do to support you. In fact, my son said, you are the smartest person I know, Mom. Of course you should go for that job. So I have some pretty high expectations to live up to. In addition to the high expectations of my mentor, Dr. Mayfield, and her legacy of excellence. I will work hard every day, and I want to reiterate to our community that I will have students at the center of our decisions in academic services. Think about the staff, both certificated and classified, that work hard to support them, and support our school site leaders in creating the best educational environment possible. Muchas gracias por esta gran oportunidad. Thank you.
Can you introduce your parents and your family?
Yes.
Yes,
Can you
Andres
stand up?
and Andres Loaiza and Sonia Loaiza, and
Stand up.
my
Yeah,
sister
por
Susan,
favor.
Stand and be recognized.
my husband Sal. Sal, you get to stand up too. My son Carlos, my daughter Isabella, my niece Annabella, and my other niece Amelia.
Yeah. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you. Any board comments, or we
Do
have?
we have any public comments?
Yeah, Sophia, say.
Madam President, we do have one public comment.
Okay, we have one public comment.
Celia Spitzer.
I was so thrilled when I saw this in the agenda packet when I went and looked at it the other day. I've known both Tuan and Carol since they came to ABC shortly after I began serving on the board. Carol's professional progression is sort of textbook. Set out a plan and try to follow it. Clearly, she was a rising star for many years, and her excellence and hard work in and for ABC are obvious. Dr. Sue's recommendation for Carol to be ABC's next assistant superintendent is well-deserved. What can I say about Tuan? Not enough. He was hired to take care of and oversee ABC's finances. Over the 20-plus years, Tuan has far exceeded his original job description. In fact, during significant economic challenges from 2008 to 2012, he often wore the hats of at least 3 people. Dr. Sue's recommendation to officially add Deputy Superintendent to Tuan's title is extremely well-deserved and very overdue. I'm sure you will unanimously approve both of their new positions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have board comments. Sophia Say.
Thank you, President. First, I want to say congratulations, Carol. I met you at the middle school. I remember that you were so nice and kind. You know, sure enough, you brought your villagers here. Originally, 100% support you. Now I have to say 120% to support you because the villagers here, I can't fight for that. And I want to thank you so much in the past. Your service was always so good to the students, to the family. You support them. They are there, you are there for them. You know, that's how I know you from, I think, Haskell Middle School, right? Yeah, you're really great. I'm glad you take this challenge position. Definitely, I will work with you. And you know that. The last meeting I went with you together. But I want to thank you so much. Regarding Tuan, I know you've been here 21 years. I've been here almost 15 years. So I remember the first day when I got elected as a board member, you went over with me the budget and how to read, you know, the intern report, when it's due. I had to write down before. Now I remember when we're going to review this and that. You're the one really taught me well at the beginning. And I really want to bring one of the things happened about a couple months ago. Both of us, we went to our public, our bus parking area, the office over, I think on the Artesia City area. And we went there, and there was new bus, they just bought it. Here I am, I have a CFO with me, and then we went to this, he showed me the little cart that we bought. And then he walked in and he said, I have not examined the new car yet. So he went to examine the new car. Guess what happened? Oh my God. Tuan and I both have small eyes for sure, but he can see everything. He said, what happened? He asked the staff, say, how come this one has issues about letter, the sewing area? He said, we need to return this back, get a new one. That's not the right one. I was like, whoa, I didn't even see it. And Tuan caught it right away and talked to staff, and I don't know. He said, oh, follow up, board member said. And this is how the Tuan that we're having for our assistant superintendent, deputy superintendent, we need it. And Dr. Su has been very busy because superintendent not just go visit school to school, they have a lot of outside activity to go, like the city, the local community area, and she's participating. So she definitely needed really the person who can help her. And Tuan has been here so loyalty for the past 21 years, especially today's position. He always there. I don't know my colleague, but for me, he always available for me when I have questions to call him. Even Sunday, I'm sorry. Sometimes I do call him for some of the issue, and he knows all. So I want to say, you deserve to this position, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have board member Chris Apodaca.
Thank you, Madam President. I like Tuan because he speaks my language, numbers. There's no good news, there's no bad news, there's just news, and here's the numbers. So congratulations, Tuan. I think that, you fought it off for many years having to be the deputy superintendent, but I think that the main reason was because you didn't want to have to pay yourself more. You're always looking after you're always minding our dimes and our dollars, so no, all joking aside, it was well earned, and I'm glad that you have the position. and soon to be Dr. Castro. Congratulations, and I'm sure you've been, this isn't your first board meeting, obviously. I don't know if tonight was your first closed session. It was your first closed session, okay. That's why her eyes were a little red. She was crying when she came out. But we're going to love working with you. We can be a bit of a fun bunch, as you noticed in closed session. But I think I would give you the same advice that I think most of us would give you is don't take yourself too seriously and don't take us too seriously. You know, we're a team and we work together. And, you know, I love that you pay tribute to your mentor, Dr. Mayfield. And I think that, I mean, you would know better than I would, but I would like to believe that she would want you to take that torch and to have it shine and burn even brighter. And because she seems like that type of person. So we look forward to working with you. And for your family, tus papás que están aquí, wow, qué buen testigo de una familia unida, de una pareja que trabaja juntos, ¿verdad? Para que su hija y ojalá sus hijas salgan adelante. Y hoy en día, esto es el primer paso. This is the first step, I would say, and what I hope would be a long and promising career here. I know it seems like it's been long already, but hopefully longer at ABC. I think we have like a 40 or 50-year pin when you're... So that said, what a great testament and what a great example for your children and your family, but also for all of our students and all of our community and stakeholders. So, si se puede, si se pudo, and fight on, Trojan. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, next we have Board Member Ernirishi.
Thank you, Madam President. So, you know, Tuan's not going to get out of this too easily. You know, it's just numbers. Does that have anything to do with education? Yes. It has everything to do with all of the things that we've been able to do in this district, to have facilities. We have a new science center. That's because the people had trust in our numbers and made sure that we knew that what we were doing was right. It's all above board. There's no controversies. Very steady, very set. We were able to keep all of our employees. Is that us? No. That's all numbers. It's having the priorities in the right place and the right things and always having a firm grasp of all of the details and also knowing the big picture of what we have here in terms of everything that we have in the whole environment. So yes, well-deserved. I think it's one of those things, just like you said, you work the job well before you actually get the job. And in this case, yes, it's long, long overdue. And obviously, we are still saving money in many different ways. And then also, you know, the big tragedy that I thought, I was like, when Dr. Mayfield was retiring, I'm like, oh no, there's going to be a huge void. And there always will be. But that is definitely assuaged by your coming in. And it's like, well, who's going to replace that great presence? And it's not the same. It's always going to be different. But maybe different can also be better in different ways as well. Different experiences, different things that you will bring to the table and bring to our whole district. And I know that you have the tools to succeed. And even if you have that degree from that questionable second-rate school, I'm sure you will use everything at your disposal, your family, your friends, this community, as a resource, and us to make sure that we are the best, and not just academically, but also socially and everything else that makes a good community. So thank you. And even in relation to the Day of Remembrance and how you've definitely taken that onto your heart, not just as an obligation, but also something that you are bringing forward for civil rights for all of us. So appreciate that. That's it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Next we have Board Vice President Brad Beach.
Mrs. Castro, welcome to the Executive Cabinet. To the 2 Nixon Jaguars here and the 2 Nixon alumni, thank you for attending our meeting tonight. Mr. Nguyen, I'm already thinking of new duties for you, sir. In all seriousness, thank you both in advance for all your hard work and dedication to our students and our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to make my comments very short. Tuan, I mean, he wore several hats during the pandemic and post-pandemic. So many things happened, and I know all the assistant principals were just stretched, so stretched, and we had to bother Tuan all the time. So this was very overdue. As a deputy superintendent, I'm just so happy and so assured. And thank you for the balanced budget, and wearing several hats during the crisis, and getting back to us very fast. So thank you very much, and you deserve that. And Carol Castro, congratulations, and what an honor and privilege for our district. The fact that you work with Dr. Valencia Mayfield, of course, that's just a big proof. But you were vetted. I know that we flew the application outside the district, and you went through the rigorous application and interview process, and you were chosen. Okay, some of those people who sat on the panel were very, very, they're not easy, but you passed that. So, again, muchas gracias para los parientes por su hija muy inteligente. So, muchas gracias. And of course, proud mom, very proud mom. That's right. And they're there to support you, so, so that's so reassuring. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Now we have to vote, but do I need to read this first, right? No, we're going to vote first. And Danielle said I have to read this whole 2 pages.
Madam President, I call the question. Let's vote.
Yeah, so I have to read this. Yeah, so I have to read this. This is the legal procedure.
Oh.
Before taking the final action on an employment agreement for a local agency executive or a salary or benefit increase for a current local agency executive, the board must provide the following oral reports for each executive. We're going to start with Tuan Nguyen, Deputy Superintendent, Chief Financial Officer. Pursuant to Government Code, Section 54953, Subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary or fringe benefit increase recommendation for the following local agency executive. For the position of Deputy Superintendent, Chief Financial Officer, for a term of May 4, 2022 through June 30, 2025, the base salary to be paid to the Deputy Superintendent is $219,624 plus a one-time payment equal to 1% of his salary, of his total salary for the 2021-22 fiscal year. And additional elements of compensation include an annual stipend for the attainment of a master's degree or a doctorate, longevity increment, all previous service at California school districts being construed to have been served at the ABC Unified School District in accordance with Education Code Section 45202. Vacation days, sick leave, and vacation buyout. The same health and welfare benefits accorded to the other management employees of the district. Eligibility for retirement benefits, $4,500 per year to be used toward a tax-sheltered annuity, life insurance policy, CalPERS, employee and employee retirement contributions, auto allowance, and reimbursement for actual and necessary expenses incurred in the course of performing his duties, as well as payment of expenses incurred in connection with attendance or membership in association or organizations approved by the board, to include any 2 associations, organizations so authorized, and 1 board-approved local service club. Second, we have Carol Castro, Assistant Superintendent, Academic Services. Pursuant to Government Code, Section 54953, Subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary and/or fringe benefit increase recommendation for the following local agency executive. For the position of Assistant Superintendent, Academic Services, for a term of May 4, 2022 through June 30, 2025. The base salary to be paid to the Assistant Superintendent is $195,846 plus a one-time payment equal to 1% of her total salary for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. And additional elements of compensation include an annual stipend for the attainment of a master's degree and/or doctorate, longevity increment, all previous service at California school districts being construed to have been served at the ABC Unified School District in accordance with Education Code Section 45202. Vacation days, sick leave, and vacation buyout. The same health and welfare benefits accorded to other management employees of the district. Eligibility for retirement benefits, $4,500 per year to be used toward a tax shelter annuity. life insurance policy, CalSTRS, employer retirement and contributions, auto allowance, and reimbursement for actual and necessary expenses incurred in the course of performing his duties, as well as payment of expenses incurred in connection with attendance and/or membership in associations or organizations approved by the board, to include any 2 associations, organizations so authorized, and 1 board-approved local service club. Okay. Now we will vote. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-0.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Kids can go home.
Thank you very much.
We're going to
Congratulations.
stay late now from
Mhm.
now on.
Okay. So we're going to move on quickly because it's already 9:15. I'd like to congratulate the, oh, there's a flower. That was sweet. Thank you very much. Okay. On April 27th, we had the Cerritos, City of Cerritos had a mayor transitional event, and I just want to congratulate election of Linda Johnson and Frank Yokoyama. And also congratulations and thank you to outgoing Mayor Grace Hu and the new elected Mayor Chung Vo and Mayor Pro Tem Bruce Barrows. On April 29th, I attended a commemoration for LA Riot, April 29th, 30 years. It's been 30 years that we had LA Riot, and it was a special commemoration of different ethnic groups coming together to outreach and to think about what happened and to make some efforts on commitments on how we can engage as a community and move forward. And I'd like to congratulate Whitney High School for the science building and the ribbon cutting. Yeah, that was pretty exciting. And make it short, May 5th is the National Day of Prayer, and just wanted to remind everyone that this week is a time to pray for our children, our nation, and our great state of California. Okay? And this morning, I attended the Cerritos College Promise. There was a conference and Cerritos College Promise program, and I would like to encourage our counselors to have access and to be trained. I'm sure we are, but to reinforce it so that our students, high school students, will have that opportunity to participate in this program where, everything is paid for, and it's almost like an honors program where the high school seniors who join this program on time and is, included will, those college will kind of handhold you every step and to make sure you transfer and all the fees are paid for. So it's a great program for some of our students. So that is the end of my report. And next we have board representatives, Morgan Colbert and Ashley Medina of Artesia High School. Please come to the podium.
Good evening, Ms. Yu, Board President, Dr. Beach, Board Vice President, Mr. Eugenio, Board Clerk, Dr. Apodaca, Mr. Nishi, Dr. Rios, Ms. C, Superintendent Dr. Mary Sue, esteemed cabinet members, community and faculty participants. I'm Ashley Medina. I'm Renaissance Vice President.
And I'm Morgan Colbert, Senior Class President.
We are from Artesia High School, and today we will be presenting on the 2021 through 2022 school year report, with our main focuses being on our school-wide events, our success with spring semester, and our future plans.
Starting with ASB, towards the end of fall semester, we recognized our winter sports team to commemorate their hard work on January 7th. Following afterward, we planned a Winter Sports Spirit Week from January 31st to February 4th to additionally celebrate our winter sports. In February, our our spring semester kicked off with our Black History Month activities that celebrated and educated our students on Black culture. Some of our activities range from historical/influential figures post, HBCU/College Appreciation Day, Afrocentric Day, Soul Train Day, and a Guess Who and Quote game. ASB seniors sold their Valentine's Day grams from January 24th to February 10th. Moving on to March, we held our Sadie's Court nominations, Sadie's Court reveal, and on the 25th had our Sadie's Dance themed Wonderland held in our gym this year. It was a huge success. We had great music, food, and decorations made by the sophomore class and Monster Stage. We had our first and final rally of this school year, which was a great success where we had amazing performances by the Artesia choreography team, Polynesian, AHS Rock Trio, band, cheer, and color guard, followed by our games for sports and students. With the ever-changing protocol of COVID, we were excited to boost student morale and faculty spirits. By all, it was an amazing event. Continuing on with our victory, we would like to add that all our winter sports teams made it to playoffs. Basketball made it to CIF semifinals, and boys soccer's won CIF. They both put up a great fight and made us Pioneers proud. Also, just to put it out there, this is soccer's first CIF win as champions. Just recently, some of our spring sports such as swim, baseball, and softball made it to CIF as well. Though we will not have the pleasure next time to report their journey, we hope that you cheer for these teams in their venture at CIF. Some future events we're looking forward to is prom on May 21st, venue at Newport Beach on a yacht called Endless Dreams. ASB is also looking forward to the leadership banquet that will be held on May 31st to celebrate the hard work and dedication of the student body. Afterwards, Grad Bash will be on June 3rd at Universal Studios and graduation on June 8th. School-wide events at Artesia High School start off with Senior Best, selecting seniors in a variety of categories such as Best Eyes, Best Personality, Most Likely to be Famous, and much more. In May, seniors are having Senior Takeover Week from May 16th through the 20th as a final Spirit Week. As the weeks move forward close to graduation, seniors are making most of their time together with friends and classmates, truly showing their pioneer spirit. Following afterwards, the Senior Awards ceremony will be on May 18th, where seniors, invite only, will come to the quad to receive various scholarships to help with their journey to higher education.
Moving on, our college and career specialists on campus have been working really hard so that during our spring semester, our seniors are staying ahead with all of the deadlines, especially within our scholarships. The Student Union continues to provide help and guidance with financial aid workshops on Wednesdays for any senior that still has questions. Currently, the Student Union is encouraging students to apply to different scholarships, which can help them, especially if they're pursuing higher education. On March 24th, the Student Union hosted their second I Applied to College rally, and the seniors that participated in the events won raffle prizes, and we gave out t-shirts and more information about upcoming events. On March 30th, our College and Career Center launched our official Student Union website, which put together a live career night event. Today, during lunch, was our College Decision Day rally, where seniors wore gear for the college they committed to, and we also handed out college-bound t-shirts. We also included raffles during this time and with things such as gift cards, movie tickets, and much more. In the future, the Student Union will be having their I'm Going to College dinner, which will be held on May 25th, to celebrate those seniors that have made the decision to move on to higher education. We will also be having some guest speakers, such as Artesia alumni, to speak about their experience in college and give a few words of inspiration. We are very excited to see our pioneers in different UCs, CSUs, community colleges, privates, and also those who are pursuing jobs in CTE fields. Moving on with Renaissance, we also distributed Renaissance cards and certificates on February 25th to recognize academic achievement and improvement of students. Along with this, we also gave all card holders study packs with various school supplies to help them in the coming semester. Following this, Renaissance held a scavenger hunt which lasted from March 23rd to the 24th, in which small pots of gold were hidden all around the school and they could get prizes if they claimed them. After this, we held an extravaganza rally on March 25th during homeroom, and during this time, students came all around the quad to participate in games and activities such as raffles, obstacle courses, and even egg hunts. Going into April, Renaissance students have been focusing very heavily on our end of the year events. We have started working on our senior banners, which is banners for all the seniors to commemorate all their hard work. On each banner, we will be having their name, their portrait, and the name of their following college or university. These banners will be hung on the school gates starting in mid-May to commemorate our graduating class. We have also began plans to celebrate our Teacher Appreciation Week. We have decided on making teacher cards, which will be handed out to students, and they can write their own thank yous and personal messages to their favorite staff and student and teachers. We will also be giving each teacher and staff member a goodie bag with various gifts in it. And then moving on to, with the guidance of our college and career specialists, Renaissance is planning for our I'm Going to College dinner. This will be a dinner to celebrate all the seniors who have decided to move on to higher education. This event will be invite only, and the invitations were distributed today during our I'm Going to College rally. Also, Renaissance has been planning for one final theme rally, which will be our Cinco de Mayo rally. It will be held sometime next week. The rally is once again open for our students to participate in games, raffles, and just enjoy one last homeroom rally before the school year ends. Finally, Renaissance has been planning for our biggest event of the year, which is the Academic Achievement Awards. AAA will be held on Friday, May 27th in the gym. During this time, all students and award winners can come and reflect on their years, and I know especially for seniors, commemorate all their accomplishments at their time at Artesia. We will be inviting parents, and we also look forward to the participation of board members during AAA. And on behalf of everyone on Renaissance and leadership alike, this year has come with so many challenges, and I know this year has been very difficult for all of us. But we're very grateful for everything this year has given us, for everything we've learned, and just the fact that we were able to persevere through everything has just says a lot as our part as a school, and especially on the district. I would just like to say we congratulate every student, every teacher, every staff member, especially every graduate, and especially the board members who we know you guys work so hard for the well-being of the district. And yeah, just here's to a successful year.
Yay! And just to let you know, although Mr. Garcia couldn't be here tonight to also put in his 2 cents on our academic success and athletic success, he had a previous commitment, although he does have his 2 assistant principals on his behalf here today. Any questions?
Okay, we have Dr. Sue? Okay.
I want to congratulate you for a wonderful report on Artesia High School. I think it was a magnificent report. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Board Member Sophia Say.
Hi, I have one question. On AAA, Friday, May 27, the gym, what time? From what time to what time?
I believe it starts at 11.
11 a.m.?
11 a.m.?
I can't go. 11 a.m.
Board,
I have to work that day. Otherwise, I will be there.
okay. Board Member Nishi?
I'll try to make it, but so yeah, that was my question. First question. Second question regarding the media center. What do you guys think of the new media center? When are we going to have a grand opening? And that might be a question for the assistant principals, but what do you guys think of the media center?
Well, from what I know, the Media Center, it's going to look magnificent, and it's going to be a place of learning for all students to come and relax, and to also just have a sense of place to do their homework, to look for ventures at the Media Center to do scholarships, or to also just pursue questions within getting ready for senior year.
Wait a second. I don't think you've been in the Media Center. Have you been in the Media Center yet?
No, but I've seen pictures.
Yeah, and just to piggyback what Morgan said, I know personally, I can speak for myself when I say that our previous media center, when we had the computer lab and the student union mixed, it was a place where I can get homework done and all that type of stuff, and I know a lot of people have been missing that, so just the fact that we're going to get it back and get it new and improved is definitely going to be an improvement for students, and just so they have a place to focus, and especially coming back, a lot of people didn't have that. So I think it's a great improvement, and I'm looking forward so that the next class can use it. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I encourage all the board members to see that media center. It's very inspiring. On the outside, you're like, but you go inside of that place, you can have great dreams of good things to come. That's for sure. Hopefully we have a grand opening for that to really showcase it to everyone in the whole community that this is where our tax dollars are going. It's going to valuable and good things for our community. So, and that yacht, Endless Dreams. How many people is it going to? How many people can go?
Well,
I can't buy a ticket, but yeah.
Well, as of right now, the total for the boat is 400. So
wow.
If you do want to go, purchase your ticket.
Do you hear that, everybody? All right. That's it. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Dr. Sue, Superintendent report.
Thank you so much for your great job, Morgan and Ashley.
Thank you.
That's very good. It's worth it.
I hope everyone had a wonderful spring break. On Monday, April the 25th, I met with members of our cabinet. On Tuesday, April 26th, I had a meeting with the board president, President Sue Yu, as well as the following day. On Thursday, April 28th through Friday, April 29th, I attended the AXA Equity Institute Conference. It was a very powerful discussion. Later in the evening, I attended the AXA Region 14 Awards honoring Gar High School's principal, Dr. Ricardo Lois, as the secondary principal of the year, and Kester Song as the personnel human resources administrator of the year. On the 29th, I attended the second day of the AXA Equity Institute Conference. It was an inspirational event that deeply touched me. Later in the afternoon, I attended Whitney High School's ribbon-cutting ceremony for their new science building. We had numerous members of our Board of Education, community members, and staff members were also there. On Monday, May the 2nd, I met with members of my cabinet for our weekly meeting. We discussed numerous issues together. This morning, I attended the Cerritos College K-12 Partners in Education joint meeting. We had President Sue Yu as well as Sophia Say who were there. We had members of our board members of education as well as members of our board. That concludes my report.
Employee representative reports.
Hello, good evening. Tanya Golden, ABC FT, Executive Vice President, President Sue Yu, Brad Beach, Vice President, Clerk Eugenio, Cabinet, board members, Cabinet, community, at home and online, and teachers. Just want to do a quick update. Today is Teacher Appreciation Day, so I just want to acknowledge that and say thank you to all of our teachers that have worked so tirelessly, not just these last few years, but every year, day in and day out. And most of us have had a positive impact by a teacher, and just hoping that you take that moment to thank that teacher, if you haven't already done so, who has made a difference in your life. And then also wanted to thank ABC teachers who have made a difference in students' lives every day. And lastly, next Tuesday on May 10th at 4:30 p.m. We're having a Teacher Leader Showcase. It's our 5th annual. You all were just recently sent an invitation as a virtual invitation. We have 3 teacher leaders this year, which is our smallest cadre, but I'm still actually very inspired that these teachers, 3 teachers, persevered and were able to finish the program even though it was quite a challenging year. So hopefully you can make it. It will be a very short program, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tanya. Next, we have public comments. Dr. Eugenio?
Thank you, Madam President. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and place it in a silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comments section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to 1 presentation of 5 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. Our first speaker tonight, we have Sylvester Ani.
All right, good evening, board. Hope everybody's well. I'm going to keep today short. I'm fasting, so I'm about to pass out. So short and sweet. It's Mental Health Awareness Month, and I'm here to support the mental health professionals and, seeing better compensation so that we can support the staff that we've had and who've been doing an amazing job, as they presented earlier, and to also attract new mental health professionals into the district, as it's a growing need, and we're seeing it everywhere that it's so necessary. So wanted to support that, and May would be a great month to create a motion to give them increased pay. So I want to put that out there. In addition to mental health, I think that's something that should be looked at, and I'd love to see get looked at, and other parents agree as well, are the school lunches. Parents and teachers, I think they're a little the pizza's getting to them a little bit. And I love what Brad said about, what can we do with the one-time money that we have? Because, who knows if it has great effects now, then it might be something that you continue down the line. I'd love to see an influx of organic and healthy food, within the school district, and see how that can also affect the mental health of the students as well, and increase their and maximize the learning process for them. Just because when you have the right fuel in your body, it not only just changes your mental disposition, but then it gives you what you need to be as engaged as you need to be when you're studying. And also the health-wise too. We learned with COVID, all the underlying conditions that we dealt with COVID are exacerbated by the health conditions, I see you there, that we need to invest in. So that's something I'd also like to put to the board. And last but not least, I am very interested in participating in this new ad hoc committee regarding the schools and how we're going to address declining enrollment, and how we can partner with the city to address that, and then and also create more equitable schools across the board, so we're not seeing the different issues parents are raising regarding school of choice and whether or not they're going to get into the school that they want to get into. And I feel that we can supersede those issues from becoming issues if their home schools, if they feel and have confidence in their home school to meet the needs of their students. And so I'm looking forward to those conversations, and I'm glad that we put together a committee to address that. So that's it. I'll be watching the rest of the meeting from YouTube because I'm going to go lay down. And you all have a great night.
Next speaker, we have Ashwini Rahate.
That's it. That's it. Anyone else?
Good evening, all of you. Today I am here to talk about Save Soil Movement. Save Soil Movement is a global movement launched to save soil from becoming sand. Yes, sand. Sand has 0% organic content. A healthy soil or a living soil has minimum of 3 to 6% of organic content or living organisms. And these living organisms make our food nutritious. Also, these organisms absorb CO2 because that is their food and reduce the carbon content in atmosphere, and it also helps for climate change. But right now, the organic content in our country is reduced to 1%. In European countries, it is less than 2%. And in some countries, like Africa, it is reduced to 0.3%. To give you an example that how low this nutrient content is, if my or our grandfather ate an orange in 1920, to get same nutrients, we have to eat 8 oranges today. And you know, when I came in, the first presentation was about mental health. And I would like to tell everyone that the nutrient content is directly related to the mental health. So I want to tell you, unless we act now, as per projections by United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, our crop yield and nutritious content is going to reduce by 50%. And as a parent, I think all our kids should be educated about this issue, and they should contribute to this issue by writing a letter to President and requesting him to do a policy change. This is needed. For this movement, many global leaders are supporting. To give you an example, Jane Goodall, Deepak Chopra, we have William I.am, who is a singer, Tom Brady, and many more. As of now, 6 Caribbean nations has already signed MOU to save soil, and 54 Commonwealth countries have pledged to save soil. I request all the board members that please support this cause, and I hope our school district will do something for this cause. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Madam President, there are no more public speakers. Next speaker, we have Alexia.
Hello, board members. Can you guys hear me? Okay. I'm not too sure about the SEL curriculum. I don't know if that's going to be passed, it was already passed, or if you guys are reviewing that right now. But as I saw it kind of go up on the screen, and I thought, let me look into it a little bit. So I did a quick Google search, and I went on to the social emotional learning for California, and it gives you kind of like flashcards of the curriculum to be taught in school. And so I want to read it to you verbatim what it says. It says, someone asked to walk home from school with you today. He isn't usually very nice to other kids, so you tell him that you won't walk with him. Now the teacher's supposed to ask the students, how can you help everyone feel included? After every scenario of these questions, it asks this question, how can you help everyone feel included? How do healthy boundaries come into play? Why are we teaching children to value other feelings above their own? One thing we know about human behavior is that it's unpredictable. Recently, kids are committing heinous crimes towards other kids. Why are we telling kids to ignore their observations of others not being nice behavior to make them feel better about themselves? It's too much pressure to place on a first grader to carry the burden of others' emotions. Secondly, this curriculum, there's a lot of articles. I haven't dug into all of them yet, but it is linking a lot of sex ed. And I know in the state of California we can opt out of sex ed. As parents, we're given consent. But my concern here is sexualizing any child is unacceptable, and there's a lot of different things, like on the ABC official Child and Development, there's 32 LGBT books, and that's kind of alarming when a lot of parents, including myself, are asking what the books entail, what are the title of all the books, and we don't have any information. We've mentioned it before, we've come out and asked about it before, we still don't know what these books entail. One of the books, Zach's Safari, that was on the official Child and Development Instagram page, states that it's a 3-year-old and he's learning about sperm banks, sperm, egg cells, and how that all takes into place when he has 2 moms. The issue is not 2 moms. That's not the concern, that's not the issue. We're very accepting of the LGBT community, and that is not at all what this is. What it is sexualizing children or teaching children about things prematurely. I believe that parents should have the right to do that, however they choose to do it, whenever they choose to do it. It's all about parental rights. When a child sees sexual content, it is proven to cause mental illness in their adulthood. The world around us is becoming hypersexual. When reviewing curriculum, please go through with a fine comb before approving. My kid went to Carmenita, and I pulled her out because teachers were pushing their own belief systems in classrooms. One teacher had told her that she could not identify as a girl, as a female, because she was born a female, so that she had to identify as a non-binary because it was considered offensive to the trans community. My sister-in-law is trans, and it is not offensive to her for her niece to call herself a female. Whatever any identity is, it should be respected, and it's as simple as that. Bibles are not taught in class, they're not pushed on students because of the First Amendment, and I 100% agree with that. But neither should any other ideology. It shouldn't be, because we're skewing the line, or we're blurring the line between sexualizing children and a community that's underrepresented. They use the LGBT community to promote things that the LGBT community does not accept. LGBTQ community is not for pedophilia. They are not about pedophilia. And some of these adults are wrongfully using the community to push this agenda. So please look into the curriculum, and I would love to hear back on what the SEL is. Thank you for your time.
There's one more. Next speaker, we have Ernesto.
I just want to speak on the same subject, declining enrollment. As we all know, COVID had a major factor in that. But I want to shine light on a different topic, which I believe is also affecting enrollment. Our children are being taught LGBT curriculums. Like my friend stated, on the official Instagram page of ABC, which is ABC_child_development, they made a post about 32 LGBT children books. Why and who wants LGBT taught to their kindergarten? I want to know who is authorizing these books and what schools have them. My daughter was read one of these books during the year we were doing virtual learning. During this time, she was in pre-K. Yes, a pre-K student was being taught LGBT curriculums. These ideas are far too complex for a child to understand. We have ratings for movies and video games like PG-13 and rated R for a reason. Our children are falling behind academically, but here we are speaking on gender this, gender that. Can we focus on educating and stop with the political activism which has no place in schools? I believe that we as parents should be involved in our children's education. Sadly, some parents show no interest and are very unaware of what their children are learning. Teachers are not parents, and children are not shared responsibility with the teacher or the government. We, the parents, are responsible for our children.
3 minutes.
And we are in charge of raising them, guarding them, protecting them, and most importantly, instilling values and morals into them. I see this as an attack on parental rights and on the nuclear family. I'm asking for transparency, accountability, and parental input. So again, I ask parents, do you know what your child or children are learning? So just to be clear, I'm not bashing a certain group. This is not what this is about. I just find it very disturbing that adults could speak to a minor about sexual preferences. So where are these books coming from? Who's authorizing them? So once these schools arrive at the schools, is the teacher going to pull that book and start reading it to the students? I asked a couple of you if you guys knew about this, and nobody had a clue about it. So who is in charge of these curriculums? And it doesn't stop in kindergarten. I've done my research, and it goes all the way to high school. So, like I said, COVID had an impact on the enrollment, but these stuff like this is also affecting the enrollment. So, thank you.
Madam President, that concludes public comments.
Okay. Next, may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved, Apodaca.
Eugenio, second.
Is there anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately? If none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-0. Action items. If any vote is not unanimous, we'll do a roll call. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2195 acknowledging May as Mental Health Awareness Month?
So moved, Apodaca.
Second by Sophia.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Can we add word
Oh, yeah,
to the
discussion.
discussion?
Okay.
I just want to add to the very last sentence. In recognition of any student or staff member challenged by mental illness, ABC Unified School District stands ready and will support you. Just an additional word, an action word.
She's good. He's always good.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all, Madam President.
Okay.
And I pushed my button. Really quick. Thank you, Madam President. I wish, I know we had some mental health professionals here earlier. Unfortunately, they've now long gone. They have families to get to. This is in a nutshell, I think it's hypocritical of us as an institution, as any institution, to tell a group of employees how much we value them and appreciate them and love them, but work harder. And I think that they should know how much we appreciate them, and I would encourage all of our mental health professionals to be present at our next board meeting for an action item that I think will correlate with how much we appreciate you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay. Any public comments?
No public comments, Madam President.
Okay. Can I have a vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. May I have a motion to approve formation of school facilities, capacities, and declining enrollment ad hoc committee?
So moved, Nishi.
Second by Sophia.
Okay, Mr. Wen?
Thank you, Board President Yu. So at the last meeting, there was an information item on this issue at the request of Board Member Say to look into this issue, and the board has give consensus to move this forward as an action item tonight. So tonight, this item is requesting the board to vote to form this committee with these charges listed here and their duties and responsibility. So after that, the board will appoint members to this committee, and then once we have those members appointed, then we can begin our meetings to fulfill the charges set out here by the board. And within the charges, hopefully, usually an ad hoc committee, they should be able to complete their work within the 12 months period. So we are hopeful that that will be the goal also for this committee. As stating on here, per bylaw 9130, there will be 12 members on this committee normally. So one community member appointed by each board member, so that's 7. One per employee group, so that's 4, and then one student member, so that's 12. And that's inconsistent with all of our committee memberships. The board may choose to alter that at your discretion. But tonight, this is the first step in addressing this issue of declining enrollment and school facility by forming this committee. Thank you.
Okay. Floor is now open for discussion. Any public comments?
We have one public comment.
Okay, one public comment.
Celia Spitzer.
As I mentioned at the last board meeting, I was involved with this very thing, I think it was 1991. I strongly support the formation of this ad hoc committee to study ABC's school facilities, capacities, and declining enrollment. A very similar committee was formed about 30 years ago, resulting in the closure of Bloomfield Elementary School and the sale of its property, and the closure of Cabrillo Lane Elementary School and the repurposing of its facilities and site. The detail of the agenda item is excellent, and while not limiting, seems to cover all things that will need to be considered if the resulting recommendation of the committee is to close one or more schools. While such a decision is not easy to make, it may be necessary, as it was in 1991, and that has not been regretted. Please approve and adopt this agenda item as presented, and thank you, Mrs. Safe, for bringing it forward at the last meeting.
Thank you. Now we are open for discussion, board discussion. First, we have Board Vice President Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I support this committee. I think it's long overdue. I would make one suggestion to Tuan, is that we use the same company that did our previous declining enrollment study. They've done most of the foundation. They'll only have to add what happened through COVID. I think it would save us a lot of money, so please consider that. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Board Member Ernie Nishi.
Thank you, Madam President. Quick question, Tuan. How long do we expect this committee to last or exist as an ad hoc committee?
This will be my fourth ad hoc committee. So usually they should be able to finish their work within 12 months. So they work per directive of the board. If they want to, if the board want to report sooner, you can direct them that. But normally, for them to thoroughly look at all the charges and fulfill their responsibilities, and this is one of the important, not that the other ones are not, committee, so I would say 12 months.
So in terms of the demographic study, I mean, I'm sure obviously the Davis demographics will have a competitive advantage, but I still would wish that we'd go through the process of seeking out competitive bids, knowing that Davis probably has a competitive advantage, just because I think sometimes, there's issues of accuracy, and they were a little bit inaccurate the last time, although they had a lot of data that was from 10 years ago. They'll be using new data, I'm sure. And so I'm hoping that, that we still use the open bid process, knowing that they have an advantage. A couple things I'd like to add also to this. As part of their mandate, potentially we would discuss partial consolidation of schools rather than just full, full consolidation of particular schools. That might be one of the factors that they should be able to consider. I'm sure the other members of the board would be okay with that as well, to expand their scope of work to include the partial consolidation of schools.
Don't you think it should be depending upon the community? How this
Of course,
will come up
that's
here?
one of the many factors, but one of the
You can
factors,
Put it
yeah.
into consideration, I think.
One of the considerations, correct.
Yeah. That'll be good.
Also, I'd like to have them have the ability to initially at least discuss or consider grade level changes in relation to the school levels that we have at the particular school. So if we're just limited to just the specific facilities, that's one thing, but they should have enough scope of work to potentially analyze that. And then I think this kind of goes part and parcel with that. I'd like to ask Tuan in terms of this, if there is a recommendation to consolidate particular things, would this committee also be part of how they would apportion, or is that going to be a separate committee separately after the determination is made? So let's say there's a consolidation of a particular school, and now that's we're going to do something else with those particular facilities. What would that be part of their charge, or would that be part of a subsequent committee?
So the board can include it in here, or the board can exclude that if you want to report sooner. Grade level changes is one of the, to me, it could be a different committee or this. Boundary change, we have to go with that. If you were to recommend, not trustee boundary, but school boundary.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right. So that could be a recommendation of this committee or a subsequent one. And of course, much later is a 7-Eleven committee in terms of what to do with the property. So that's a separate legal process in itself. So with this committee, they will be just looking at right now school enrollment, projection, and recommendation for school facility consolidation. But if the board would like them to add charges like grade level changes, which is appropriate because now we have TK coming into the elementary. That's something that if you
TK
want-
and also a low enrollment at the middle
Right.
schools. Some of our middle schools have extremely low middle schools, and we may want to consider that.
And along with that, depends on the recommendation, would be the boundary. For the
Do you
new
think the boundaries would also be part of that, or would that unduly delay the analysis to the point where it would be a problem?
It would be up to the board. It would be up to the board.
Well, reviewing the borders delay the process? Because we have a certain amount of money that we're going to be spending during a certain amount of time, and I don't want to delay the process because we put too much on their plate.
Correct. So you can put it out to a different committee, including the grade level changes, because to me, that goes with boundary changes.
Oh, I see.
However,
That would go with the same
Yeah.
thing, so maybe that would be okay with this. Would it be too much to add on? We're talking about the facilities, specific facilities, to expand it also to include the empty lots that we have in our possession.
that would be the 7-Eleven committee because the empty lots already happened.
Got it.
Right. If that's a different charge, that would what to do with that empty lot. So that's more of the 7-Eleven committee process on disposal of what we call surplus land.
Okay, so maybe that would be, so we have the ones with the schools, or determining the efficiency levels and the academics and all which is very complete, by the way. There's a lot of specific details in here. But then separately, we want to discuss or consider some of the empty lots that we have in our possession and ownership. We would do the separate committee at a different time, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So then I would not want to have us consider that, because that would be considering making a delay that we do not have time for. But I think we should consider the boundaries and the grade levels and the partial consolidation as part of this particular charge and scope of work for this particular committee. I think they can do it. We'll pick smart people. Do we want to also, previously when we had the ad hoc committee, we had a discussion regarding, or when they had the ad hoc committee for facilities, I remember we had limited to the area that we, or not region area, but yeah, the trustee area, the person that's in that area. Did we want to do that or not? What is the feeling of the board in terms of that? Because it would be strange if it was all just the members of the committee are all in one area. But how does everybody feel? That's what I want to find out.
I think the policy, the appointed committee members, and for this matter, ad hoc, normally you don't. You don't set a limit only for the trustee area. You would choose the best candidate who can contribute.
Who has the
to
time?
that. Yeah, and contribute to this. I know, I kind of first I agree with you, say trustee area should pick up their own in their trustee area, but after I think about policy on this ad hoc committee, I believe, Tuan, correct me if I'm wrong, it has no setup for only appointed to the trustee area people. You can appoint anyone who you think is qualified for this ad hoc committee.
That would be totally up to the board. That's your
Okay.
prerogative.
Thank you.
So I'd just like to address that real quick. Yes, I think actually I agree with it, because before, when we had it for the facilities, we had to pick from the particular trustee area, and that may have had merit at that particular time. But I also still believe that we should be broader thinking beyond just our particular trustee areas, but also thinking of the district as a whole. So we should be able to pick the best person that's qualified for who we think would be the good selection. Just with a warning that, we don't necessarily want to have all the trustees from, all of the selectees from one particular area, because then them making a decision on a whole other trustee area would, might be not seen as the most ideal situation.
Okay.
So I caution the board into picking, hopefully, a geographically broad scope of persons, and I guess we can, I don't know how we determine that or do that. You know what I mean? Like, if it's all from the same area and we're deciding on a different trustee area, that would be kind of strange.
I don't think that's going to happen. We're going to have
Okay.
application and so forth, so.
All right.
Okay, next we have board member Say.
I want to thank you, the staff prepared this for tonight's agenda. I really sincerely appreciate. I also want to thank you to my colleague here to support this agenda. Now, I have a couple questions. I know board member Ms. Nishi talked about the boundary, the school boundary. To me, I don't know. Once again, I ask them question again. The school boundary, does it take longer time to identify? I know when we talked this before during quite a while in the back, you say it does cost a lot to make the whole boundary change. But however, it is an issue right now. When you, because I think my colleague, Vice President Mr. Beach, who mentioned about some parents, they've been complaining about, we think like they're 2 miles in their area, but they can't go to the school, to that school. They have to go other school, a little further away. And that also is their first choice. When we're not granted to school to their children, but we're granted to the outside of district student, it doesn't seem right and fair for the local community people. They have to drive quite a distance. So I'm kind of feel like this also, I did put it down this time. I said school boundary right away, and board member mentioned it, because I don't know, do you think it'll take quite a bit, way longer time? Can it do at the same time? Because you're gonna hire the demographer, right, to study. So waiting for the results. At the same time, can we also do the demographic things?
Well, you have to have the recommendation on which school that they recommend to close first before you have the second part. Meaning, just say, I don't want to name any school, right? School A, B, and C.
Sure.
Okay. So if you go to close school A, right, then how the distribution of the students, that resident students now have to go to B and C. How does that going to split, and all the factors that will play into here, including transportation and all the other factors. So they have to look at all of that before they make that recommendation. If we were to close this school A, then what will happen to those residents, students now, right? They have to go to other school and other, community school or closer school within that. So that's what I meant by boundary, meaning where do they go? The resident students up the school that's proposed, that is, recommended to be closed.
Then our policy for transportation also will be changed, right? Because before
It could be the same or it could change.
It could be same.
Right?
Could
So it
change.
could stay the same and the same now policy apply. If you live within 1 mile, 2 mile, 3 miles, depends on the grade level, then we will be providing transportation. So that is a factor, and that is something that they have to consider. If we were to do that, what is the additional transportation cost versus the saving? Because the current policy says that, if you live beyond 1 mile for elementary, then we will provide transportation. So
I hate to consolidate school, but definitely we need to be efficient, and we need to be prudent. My last thing, we did talk about universal TK program, right? How do we elaborate? That's another thing. Because recently, I believe all my board members receiving a invitation from the local, I think from La Palma School District. I think I spoke to our PR, public relation, Scott, about that. We discussed the local district. They're sending an invitation to our district now. I want our children to apply to the school. I think really it's a very challenge now to the district to district. And we need, I really appreciate, I'm so glad now it's a Teachers Week. I want to thank you, the staff working so hard with our parents. We all need to work together, holding hands each other to support our district, because I see that people start coming, grab our students, I get so nervous, I say, I don't want to, but it does show needs. We need to think really deeply on this agenda tonight. And if there's a need, I'd like to be a liaison for this consolidate program. Ad hoc committee, my colleague, I'd like to be the liaison for that matter. But if other board member wants it, I don't mind either, but I'd like to be.
Okay.
Thank you, President.
Thank you, Sophia. Next we have Board Member Dr. Apodaca.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll make it quick. With the appointees, I've appointed folks over the years from all different cities in the district. What I would say is that I would not appoint someone who I believe would not represent the best interests, right, of our students and of our stakeholders. And if for whatever reason, I haven't had this happen yet, they were to, at the end of the day, the buck stops with us. So we decide what gets moved forward, which is why it's so important. We read the minutes and we communicate with our appointees. So I'm not concerned about that at all. And then second, if you want to be the liaison, I think all meetings are open to board members to attend anyways, right? As long as we don't deliberate, talk, or try to sway or influence. So we can just sit in the back and, observe. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. We could have those further discussions. For now, we have Vice President Brad Beach next.
Madam President, just a quick point of order. Did Mr. Nishii ask for any changes to this agenda item?
Yes, I asked for the grade level and the partial consolidation option and the redrawing borders as part of the mandate or part of the scope of work. Not necessarily that they're going to, obviously they don't decide anything. It's just part of what they can consider part of the tools of what they may review and decide. That's all.
Did the maker of the motion accept those modifications?
Well, actually, I was the one who made the motion.
Tuan,
It would be the second,
the changes have to be included in here today, or those are just details we can adjust later?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right.
So, Madam
Sorry.
President, if I
There's-
could continue. when he's done.
So those are the additional charges, so you do have to add it to this,
Okay.
to this
So
item.
let's wait until everybody makes a comment, and then let's adjust all the additional charges that we want to include into this page, and then make a motion.
Yeah.
Madam
Okay.
President, I thought Vice President Beach has some kind of.
But we have other board members, so if there, any board members want to add any additional charges, then we'll take a motion and vote. Okay? We have Board Member Ernie Nishi, you have additional?
No.
Okay. Thank you. We have Brad, go ahead.
I think you still
Thank you.
You're done?
No, I just
Yeah,
wanted
sure.
to, since he says he is
Sure.
requesting that, I'd like to comment on it.
Okay.
I think it's a tremendous amount of work to start looking at boundaries
Mm-hmm.
and grade level changes. This board may not even accept the recommendation from the committee, and it would delay them for a significant amount of time. I think they should keep with the charge that's written here, finish it within 12 months, and then if the board decides to approve it, yeah, of course, then staff would look at boundaries, they would bring it back to us, and we would make the decision as the board. That's my opinion. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. All right, so any other comments?
Well, I'm second as
I
Vice
have
President
to-
Beach said that.
Okay, I'm going to make my comments. I know that schools are overall have declining enrollment in other schools too, right? So we are in a way a competition. So what can we do to make our district better to attract outside district and eventually move into our community? And I would like to recommend included in this to do a survey of the declining enrollment. What are some of the reasons that parents pull out and things like that, to do that. And also with the boundary, with the declining enrollment, I actually would like to have that included if possible. I do, because I have to agree with board member Ernie Nishi on this matter because of the demographics of our the residents. The ages are aging, and some of the students inside the district. One of the complaints that we have year after year, as board member Sophia mentioned, is some of the students can get into the school, whereas outside the district students have the advantage. So we need a little adjustment in the boundary depending on how many students in each district, right? So I would highly recommend to put that in, because we're going to do the demographic survey anyways.
The committee would carry out the charges as
Yeah.
directed by the board, so.
So that's my opinion, and do a survey. And another thing is, one size doesn't fit all. Like, look at the, when we do the survey, right, we also have to consider what are some of the families' needs and problems and the current issues. And I know, I really appreciate Melinda Ortiz reassuring about the important thing is we won't do anything without parental consent. So I think if our district can move in a direction where we are really engaging the parents and so forth, right? So just not just the building consolidation. I definitely think we should definitely look into consolidation. Practically, we need the money, we need the fund, and with the empty lot, we have a 7-Eleven. Then we can use that to run a program or build a facility. Well, maybe a high school that is all sports high school. Bring up some program like that, right? So that's a possibility. We need to think out of box because we have so much mental health issues, right? So something like that. And then dual immersion language. We only have Spanish, but how about Chinese or other languages, right? Korean. That's another possibility, so a lot of those things can be included. We can look into that. I don't know how to word that in here. So that's something that someone, maybe Ernie can do that. Good with words.
Repurposing.
Okay.
Repurposing.
Okay.
Can I have one question? When we ask so much, what about budget, the cost?
For the
Do we have
committee,
the
it would be
budget for that?
no additional cost than other committee costs. They work for free.
I know,
so-
but the cost higher than the micro-free and with
Yeah, that
everything.
would be part of the cost.
And if we starting looking the boundary, how long will be, how, are you gonna stretch longer? Or, what is anticipation? We think a year we should get done?
We will do our best
Yeah.
to get it done within 12 months.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we have a motion to?
So Madam President,
Yeah.
just to clarify, in
Yes.
terms of what I was talking about in terms of grade level analysis, then as part of their scope of work, not necessarily something that they're going to decide, but like, for example, we have some middle schools that are, have very low enrollment, and rather than consolidate, maybe we can think of other more innovative ways to keeping the school potentially viable as an educational institution and keep the students at that particular area. So maybe looking at grade level might be one of the methodologies which the committee can consider. And so that's what I was thinking in terms, also in terms of pre-K, TK and that as well. Because otherwise, if we just say, just facilities, and they can't consider these other levels, then that's outside of their scope. It would be illegal for them to even consider it, and end of analysis. And they're not allowed to even consider it. So that's why I talked about that
Okay.
in relation to also the border issues as well.
Okay.
Because that would come part and parcel with the busing, with the economics, with all the other details that may be part of what parents would consider when they're putting their input in there, and they go, oh, I might be in a different area, and how far would I have to drive? Or maybe this would be a good thing. Maybe it's a better area. Who knows? So that's why we wanted to talk about, so that the parents have a full analysis or full understanding of the facts that are before them when they are presented the alternatives that are out there. They don't just have a partial picture, oh, I'm just going to be, I don't know where I'm going to be. When we decide the facilities, we'd also let them know what the area that they're going to be in. They can decide, I like that, or maybe they say, I really hate that. And this gives them full information as to, when we come and make a decision, how does the community feel about our particular committee?
Okay.
That's why.
I need to make a motion. I need a motion to extend our meeting time because we have 2 minutes left.
Oh, wow.
Just extend it to 11 or?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to extend our meeting to 11 p.m.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second by
second.
Sophia.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So let's try to finish by 11. So we need to formulate these words into simple recharge, right? And then make a motion. Yeah.
So repurpose.
And we have Ernie Nishi. Yes.
So one of them was to repurpose as part of the scope, also to consider the borders or school enrollment boundaries as one of the parts of the charges that this committee would have, and in addition to that, grade level changes as a potential tool of addressing the academics and efficient use of facilities. So those would be the 3 specific changes that I would recommend.
So we need a second, right?
Survey and
There's 3.
do we have a consolidation in there?
I took out the one about partial because if you fully consolidate or partially consolidate, it's the same thing. That's still
Mhm,
within the scope of work that the committee would have. We don't need to add the complication of it's still allocation, so we don't need to complicate it any further.
Okay.
So those are the 3 specific things that
And
we
survey,
discussed.
I wanted to include.
Oh,
the
survey, and I'm
yeah.
sorry,
Mhm.
also the survey, which is already going to be done, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, but I wanted to include like the other parents.
Oh, yes,
like, some
that's
of the
right, that's
reasons
right.
Why
Okay.
they're pulling out of the kids
Authorization
out.
of a
Yeah.
survey to
Yeah.
go to the parents, not just to the demographics, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, what are the reasons why parents are pulling the kids out, right? What's
Yes.
the declining?
So that would also be part of the scope of the committee to propound surveys
Okay.
to parents.
So can you
Oh,
make a
so,
motion then?
Can I ask another question in that case? Are we going to open to the public, like, you know how we have a committee meeting with them to meet the community?
The scope of all these
Okay,
meetings
all
will
the
be
meetings are- we need to- we
public,
need
so
to open
everybody
to the
can see it.
public, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah,
can you
town
make a
hall
motion
meeting.
and then we'll move on?
So I thought I did.
Okay,
She's adding.
And then I saw
additional-
Tuan taking notes, so I think he knows what we're talking about.
okay.
What do you think, Tuan?
Just want to make sure that the modification to the item will be including survey of parents, grade level changes as a consideration, school attendance boundary. So that's what I have. I'm not sure if I missed anything else.
Repurposing,
Repurposing.
Repurposing
Okay.
of the facility.
correct.
I
Thank
like
you.
Dr. Chris.
Okay.
Chris, I like the way you're saying it, reserve and repurposing.
Yeah.
That was a
yeah,
good word.
We need good, simple words, okay. So motion is on the floor. Can I have a second?
Second by Sophia, I thought I said that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
move on.
Okay.
Next. 1.7-A, may I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2196 acknowledging May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month?
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
Any public comments?
No public comments, Madam President.
Any discussion? Okay.
So what is our plans to actually do something about this great resolution that we're going to have? I'm open to hear. What are we going to do in relation to this resolution?
I think that we're going to have many cultural activities related to Asian Pacific Heritage Month.
Okay, great. So then we'll get some notices from the various schools regarding the Asian.
Absolutely.
Thank you, because I just don't like resolutions to say, resolution, got to have a purpose to it.
I
Thank you.
wanted to kind of celebrate May as the Asian American Month. We have so many Asian.
Of course.
Yeah. And even if we didn't, we want to celebrate all ethnic groups, so. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. I'm going to move a little fast to facilitate. 1.8-A, may I have a motion to approve option 1, requiring Board of Education election candidates to pay their costs for statements in advance and establish a statement limit of 200 words.
So moved.
Second, Apodaca.
Any public comments?
No public comments, Madam President.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. May I have a motion to approve the revised management confidential positions and ranges and associated salary schedules to include contract employees?
So moved, Apodaca.
Second by Sophia.
Dr. Zidlo?
Good evening. This is a legal requirement. PERS, the Public Employee Retirement System, is requiring now that contract employees be on a salary schedule. STRS, which is the State Teachers Retirement System, which our certificated administrators are part of when they are contract employees, will be requiring that soon. So we're moving forward with this for everyone.
Okay, thank you. Any public comments?
No public comments, Madam President.
Discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We already did 2.3. 3.11-A. May I have a motion to approve request to adopt the following advanced placement textbooks titled Campbell Biology in Focus, 3rd edition Chemistry, the Central Science, 15th edition, AP edition, and the Practice of Statistics, 6th edition.
So moved, Apodaca.
Eugenio, second.
Carol Castro?
Good evening. This is for seeking approval of our advanced placement books. Every few years, the College Board makes changes to their advanced placements exams, and so to keep up with these assessments and ensure that our students have the best quality material, we convene a committee of teachers to make sure we review the up-to-date editions and different publisher options and go through a criteria that ensures that we have alignment with the College Board criteria for advanced placement exams.
Thank you. Any public comments?
No public comments, Madam President.
Okay. We have discussion. Board Member Dr. Apodaca.
Thank you, Madam President. Just for clarification, all of these books, these materials, these textbooks are available for review to the public at no charge? And if so, how do they go about reviewing these textbooks?
Yes, currently our textbook and curriculum website posted on our ABC website. They can have digital access. They also have access to set an appointment to come in and review the materials with our textbook and curriculum coordinators,
Free of charge?
free of charge.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. We have Board Member Norini Nishi.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm sure the process is great. I think these are all probably great books and all that, but fortunately, I did not have the opportunity to read through the books, and so so therefore I probably have to abstain, although I know 100% that this will be approved, and I probably will approve it after the fact, but sitting here right now, obviously I haven't read it, so I apologize, Madam President. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. No more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay. Did you get that? One abstain? Okay.
Sorry.
Next, 4.10-A, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1581 Cerritos High School Modernization to Cal City Construction as lowest responsive and responsible bidder?
So moved by Sophia.
Yeah, in a second.
Any public comments?
No
To
public
do
comments.
3.12.
Yeah, I think you skipped one.
Yeah.
President.
Expanded learning, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. I guess I want to end early.
This would be fast.
May I have a motion to approve request to contract with YMCA of Greater Long Beach and Action Youth of America to provide the expanded learning opportunities program to 18 elementary schools and 3 middle schools for the 22-23 school year?
So, second, Apodaca.
Carol Castro?
I apologize, I'm getting used to pushing this button.
They're hazing you.
I will get it, I will get it soon. So this is part of, this RFP is part of our process in ensuring that we're meeting the requirements of our new extended learning opportunities programs, which will be existing beginning next year. As you may recall, we have currently programs with EDP and our ACES program, but this combines programs into one, ensuring that our students have access to these after-school programs.
Okay. Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Board discussion, we have Ernie Nishi.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, this is great. I get an opportunity to ask some questions. That'll be easy ones, though. So you did an RFP to get the bidders for this particular project,
Yes.
and how do we advertise for that?
So, I can.
Oh,
help
I'm
with
sorry.
that. That's
the other
okay.
person.
So our Director of Purchasing and Risk Management advertised that. We reach out to community-based organization that we know that will provide the service. We have worked with both the Y and AYA for the last 14 years. So we reach out to additional CBO, community-based organization that provide, like I said, to ask them to submit a proposal. So we received a total of 4 proposal for this service. So after-school program through EDP and ACES have been in with ABC for a long time. And like I said, we have contract with both the YMCA and AYA for 14 years. The state now, under the new expanded learning program, expand that program. So beginning next year, all students who are UDP or unduplicated students, that's include low income, English learners, and foster youth from K to 6 or TK to 6, and potentially middle school if we have the funds, will be offered this program, and they have a chance to stay in school for 9 hours.
So I know the program is very good. I just need to know the process in which we select and recruit the particular people.
So we advertise, and as you can see in your packet, we have the criteria. We rank them and we review them. We give them each of that, and based on the criteria that we select, we recommend the YMCA and AYA for the board for recommendation. They rank the highest of the 4.
Right. I noticed one of them is actually a local company that kind of. Do we give any points for being a local company, by the way?
Within this ranking, in the criteria, we did not offer that, but we just want to make sure they have the capacity is most important because it depends on state funding. We want to be able to offer this to all students who are interested in the program.
So what's the most important criteria that we use for, in the RFP in terms
There are
of, what is weighted the
several,
highest?
So it's in here, so I want to make sure. So capacity is one of them, right?
So their ability to actually do the job.
Correct.
And their experience,
Their
probably.
experience with this, our experience with them, their staffing level, and of course, pricing.
And the pricing, yes. So those are all the particular factors that we use.
Correct.
Okay.
To determine the points.
So, maybe in the future, if we, no, that's fine. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, I already said this. Can I have a motion?
So
Can I say
moved.
it again? Yeah, okay. Any public comments?
No public comments, Madam
Okay.
President.
Any discussion?
We're not, this is for the 4.10?
Yeah, 4.10. Cal City.
We're not going to get a report from,
We do have a staff presentation on this.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear it.
This is the last one.
Yeah.
Turn it up so we have to.
Oh, my God.
Oh, we wanted to make one change in it, didn't we? It was changed. It was, no, the one on mental health. Mental health drug, so. I think I signed it here, but I think we had the one word that was changed.
So tonight we have Mr. Ryan Carter. He's our bond program manager here to
Ready.
present to the board this action item on the modernization of Cerritos High School. Go ahead, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen.
And Will.
Good evening, Board President Su Yu, Vice President Beach, distinguished members of the board, Dr. Mary Sue, and District Cabinet. So we're excited to continue the good work that we've been doing through Measure BB. As we've seen, we've had some recent ribbon cuttings on projects that we've been completed, and again, looking forward to moving on to the next phase in our implementation. So to develop the scope for the Cerritos High School modernization, there were several factors that we took into consideration. One was using the steps that were directly taken from the facilities master plan, as well as the previously board-approved priority list 1 through 10. In addition to these items, we used the facilities master plan as a whole. We used a lot of site input, not only from site administration, but from staff, department heads, to ensure that the scope of work is going to be the most valuable for the students and staff for Cerritos High School. So the confirmed scope that we will be implementing, should the board choose to award this project, is first and foremost completing our campus security, completing our campus technology infrastructure upgrades, as well as classroom technology upgrades. Our classroom finishes will be updated throughout the campus. We will be replacing our classroom furniture with 21st century mobile and flexible furniture. We will be adding new restrooms, which is always a plus to our high schools, in our brand-new state-of-the-art science building. We are adding 8 labs in this new science building, so it's a very good size. And again, we're going to have workrooms and additional restroom facilities in that building. will be renovating their media center. So I heard earlier comments about the Artesia High School Media Center, and we have actually the same architects that designed the Artesia High School Media Center that designed the Cerritos High School plan. And we're excited to implement that there as well, so we can bring more of the 21st century state-of-the-art type of construction that you've seen so far. In addition, we'll be doing a minor office renovation, and to help with the capacity overall, we've had traveling teachers at Cerritos High School for some time. So in order to help that as much as we can with budget permitting, we'll be putting 5 brand new modular classrooms on the campus as well. Finally, we will be adding brand new HVAC, which did not currently exist in the gym. So that will also be a huge upgrade for the students and staff, especially during inclement weather, hot days, practices. It's always a huge plus to have that. So overall, I just wanted to map out the few of the key areas with this illustration. You can see the new HVAC in the gym. The letter M in teal is where the brand new science building will go, the new 8 labs and restrooms. And then smaller in the teal up in the top left, that is where the new 5 modular classrooms will be placed. Here's a layout of the new science building showing the labs, the workrooms, and a couple of different ways that the staff will be able to lay out the furniture in the rooms in the top. Again, using flexible furniture and keeping in mind that the way we teach in classrooms constantly changes. That's why you see multiple different layouts here and the ability to be flexible throughout that space. Here's an example of a rendering of what these classrooms, specifically the science labs, will look like when they're completed. You'll notice some of the same finishes that if you were at the Whitney High School science building ribbon cutting being applied here as well. Again, another view of that. Here's our typical classrooms, just kind of showing some of the renovations that we'll do. One of the things I want to highlight again is the technology that we're putting into these rooms. The ultra short throw projectors that we're putting in are interactive, so it actually takes their whiteboard and turns it into really like a giant iPad. It's touchscreen. They could capture PDFs. There's so much new things that we could do. It's very exciting for the staff and the teachers as well. Again, just another view of that, showing some of our corridors, being able to add school spirit as the students walk through the hallway, seeing the Don's logo there in the center, and also those upgraded finishes. Bringing in, again, the nice brand new media center and creating that central hub for students. As you heard some of the students earlier, our students are excited to get into these new spaces, utilize the new facilities, and just have a fresh start with their media centers being that central hub. Another view of the media center and kind of a corner where we show a little cafe area to provide refreshments and things like that if we have meetings. So again, the media center space is multi-purpose and could be used for different types of events. Just another view of that, showing how you have the open spaces. We have breakout rooms to the left and high-density storage and offices to the right as well. So I tried to make this brief as I could because I know we're all towards the end of the meeting tonight. With that, I appreciate your time, and I hope that we are able to approve this project and do this good work for Cerritos High School. Thank you.
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Okay, we have discussion. Okay, we're going to start with Mr. Board Member Ernie Nishi again.
Of course, I have to. This is a baby. So modular classrooms, these are not bungalows, right?
Correct. These are not what you would call your typical portable classroom. They don't have wood siding on the outside. They're made out of the similar materials that you would use as if you were building on-site.
So they're efficient. They're not the old-fashioned ones where
Correct.
they're very inefficient and cold and hot and cost a lot to heat and cool.
Yes,
So these are the more efficient
extremely
ones.
efficient. They meet Title 24 building green code, things of that nature.
Thank you. In terms of the bathrooms for the science building, where is the science building in relation to the campus?
I sorry, I apologize, the screen went up, but there was in the presentation a site plan, and it's the building in teal that it has the letter M. So it's right in between the two locker rooms, if you're familiar with the campus.
Near the parking lot?
Yeah, just to the south of the
Got it.
parking lot.
Got
Yeah.
it, got it.
So the
Okay.
building with the letter M on it, the longer building there, in between the boys and girls locker rooms.
So where's in relation to the theater?
The theater's to the south of that.
To
on
the
the campus.
south? Because I
Yes.
remember trying to use the bathroom, it was really hard to find a place.
Mm.
And you had to go all the way across campus, so this will be probably a good addition to that. In relation to the ratio of, so I noticed that some people have complained to me about girls' bathrooms not being enough, they have to wait in a long line. Is there a slightly better ratio of women's bathrooms?
Actually, there is a code requirement that states that we have to provide equal units for boys and girls restrooms. So
Okay.
there's an equivalent amount of fixtures in the boys and girls restrooms that we are installing with this
Exactly
plan.
the same?
Yes.
And it's a requirement by law?
By code.
Even if we have complaints? Okay, that's right. That's the law is the law is the law. So I noticed that the picture has a lot of natural light for the media center. I'm interpreting this correct, right?
Yes, I mean, again, we're not, we're not going to be opening up any exterior walls and adding windows. However, we will have glass storefront to the entryway, which will let in additional light. And the lighting in general is highly upgraded to, the state-of-the-art LED type
Well, I'm
lighting.
thinking more in terms of the natural light, because that's been shown to have advantageous effects for academics.
Yeah, again, we have put in as much as we could without opening up exterior walls, and.
Because it's an existing structure, right? Okay.
Exactly.
It just looks like there's a lot of
Board Member
pictures.
Ernie Nishi.
One last question.
Okay,
related
last
to that.
question.
Because I have to ask, this is a $10 million, more than $10 million project, $60 million project. Got to ask the questions. We can spend more than 5 minutes on it. Natural light. The science building doesn't look like it has a lot of natural light, and I'm kind of a little bit disappointed in that, because I know that there are studies that show that natural light is effective in terms of helping us with scores and all that. Can we just make sure that where it is possible to have more natural light, that we enable it? I know we might be a little bit downstream on this, because you've already sent some of the things down, but
I actually have some very good news in relation to that for the science building. So in addition to the windows that are at the entryway of each classroom,
Yes.
Part of the bid package that we had for the modular building was to include what are called solar tubes. And solar tubes take
Love it.
natural light from above, and they route that light through tubes, literal tubes, into fixtures that look like light fixtures.
Thank you.
Look like light fixtures. However, it's bringing in natural light, reducing energy, and again, providing.
because I was a little bit disappointed in that Whitney's windows were like tiny.
I kept that in the back of my mind for you, sir, because I remember that comment before.
Thank you. So that's great. That's it. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. We have 15 minutes.
Oh, actually,
We have 15 minutes, and if you are going to have a board, we have to extend another time.
we can't.
Okay?
We're going to do it
Okay,
once.
Ernie? So,
Just really quick.
okay, Ernie,
The
I'm
alternatives
sorry.
are part of it?
Ernie,
Excuse me?
Alternatives are part of it?
Alternate one for the HVAC added to the gym was accepted.
Okay,
Yes.
great. That's
Okay.
all I want. I want to make sure we have
Board Member
AC
Ernie.
for the gym.
okay, good, but we need to give other board members time to
Okay.
talk too, okay? Okay, any other board members? Okay, we have Sophia Say.
I know public would like to ask about the Cerritos swimming pool. I do want the public to hear this is not in this bound measurement on this time, so people need to understand that, because I think on the Facebook, a lot of people say, when are we going to have a pool? Board Member Nishi promised. I said, it wasn't. We never made a promise in here. It just we wish, but, it had went through the approval. So the swimming pool in Cerritos High School is not under this construction. Just want the public to know that. Yeah,
Okay.
and I love the way the process. Do you know how many months the science building was starting ground breaking down and starting building? The process approximate time.
The total duration of the project, it has multiple phases. Without the schedule in front of me, I don't want to speak to that, but the overall schedule is approximately 1 year.
So finalizing will be the next year.
Yes, so we're anticipating having the new science building open for August of next year for the next school year.
And then the safety issue will also consider right now? Can you have staff in and out if the school started, get involved with the security issue?
Yes, safety and security items are included
Thank
in this package.
Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, we're all going to yield our time for board comments. Just one question. Will the bathrooms be built first?
The bathrooms actually
Yeah.
are part of the science building, so
Okay.
it'll all be constructed and open at the same time.
Okay, yeah, we're really waiting for that, but otherwise, the buildings look beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Now we have board members' report. Okay, we have about, 10 minutes, so we're going to start with Michael Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope everyone had a good spring break and got much-needed rest and relaxation. I'd like to thank our parents who bravely spoke out against the promotion of the film But I'm a Cheerleader at a tentative after-school event at Cerritos High School. I was shocked and appalled that even entertaining the idea of showing such a film in an educational setting was promoted. We need a system of morality that is broadcast to our youth. We need morality standards for movies, television, for children's literature, and social media that youth have access to. Being that I am a sovereignty mindset on many issues when it comes to adults dealing with adults, I'm pretty much a pro-freedom guy. If adults want to partake in their inclinations and preferences, that's their own private business, so much as they do not harm anyone else. But the situation is different in the case of minors. I'm talking about our youth here. Especially anything the youth can watch under the age of 18, we must have morality standards and push out companies and organizations that are pushing filth onto our children. The hypersexualization of our youth is omnipresent in today's society. Whether through fashion, television, or social networks, it contributes to an eroticization of the youth, forcing children to become adults before their time. Sexual standards have been rapidly dropping in Western civilization as accessibility has dramatically increased. Hypersexualization can be a form of mental violence towards children who are subjected to conditioning, a way of life that goes against what is favorable to their good development. In the most extreme cases, this can even lead to sexual violence against them. We must take steps now to protect our children from the storm they are weathering. We can arm them with the right knowledge and correct understanding. This will give them a fighting chance to withstand the pressure from peers and society confronting them on every side. Parents, keep your heart with all vigilance. Anything that goes into our children's minds early in age in life and often in life is more likely to remain there for a long time. Train up a child in the way he should go. Even when he is old, he will not depart from it. May God bless you all and keep you well. Madam President.
Thank you. We have 2 public comments, and we have less than about 10 minutes. So do we want to go through the public, our board report? Should we make it, if we can
Mine's 30
leave
seconds.
about, if we can leave about 7 minutes for the public comments? Yeah, at
Madam
least
President, I postpone my board report to the next.
For the
next
public comment?
meeting.
Okay,
No,
thank
no,
you.
no, Next meeting.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I also want to echo what Dr. Eugenio said, but much more broader terms, without going into details. We're a public school district. Parents, keep in mind, we cannot undo in the classroom what's done at home. You have a sacrosanct responsibility and duty to rear your children in whatever tradition you have, but don't blame the public school system. In many cases, a lot of these things carry over from home, and I think that that's more evident now than ever with kids coming back to school post-COVID, and you can see that with the numbers and the data that's coming from our MHPs. Second, we're celebrating Mother's Day. Call your mothers, because you never know, they might not be there tomorrow.
Okay.
Don't wait till it's too late. Usually I'd have a story, but I'm not going to do it today. We don't have the time. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Okay, we have Board Vice President Brad Beach.
Happy Teacher Appreciation Day to all of our teachers. I attended the Cerritos High School varsity baseball game. They're playing this Friday at 3:15 in CIF Finals. Root them on, please. I was a watchdog at my daughter's school, and someone from Willow reached out to me and wants to start the watchdogs there. So I'll say it again to every parent at elementary school. If you want to start a watchdog program, get a hold of me. Congrats to Linda Johnson and Chong Vo in the city of Cerritos. 2 people reached out to me about being on the declining enrollment committee. Feel free to email any of us up here your applications if you want to be considered. And lastly, mental health supports for our kids. Mr. Nguyen, please. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Board Member Sophia Say.
I just want to echo Dr. Eugenio talked about the education trend has been totally changed. I think, once again, parents and teachers and staff here, we have to work closely and monitor really well what we educate our kids today. And I also want to say, thanks to teacher, this Teachers Appreciation Week. I also want to thanks Nurses Week too, and thank you the nurses who work for our district and so hard during the COVID time. Also want to say Happy Mother's Day to all of us.
One word.
Wait, we don't have time.
Ditto.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. I'm going to ask the 2 public comments. Please come to the podium while I read the announcement.
It's online.
Oh, it's online. Okay. Announcement. Next regular board meeting, Tuesday, May 17th, 7 p.m., District Office Boardroom. Citizens Oversight Committee, Tuesday, May 10th, 6 p.m. Legislative Policy Committee meeting, Wednesday, May 18th, 6:30 p.m., virtual. Diversity, Unity, Equity Board Advisory Committee, Thursday, May 19th, 6 p.m., in-person meeting. Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee, Tuesday, May 24th, 6 p.m., virtual. Finance and Audit Committee, Wednesday, May 25th, 6 p.m., in person. And dates to remember: Memorial Day is on May 30th. Schools closed. And second public comments. We have
Yep, thank you very
4
much,
minutes.
Madam President. The first public comment is Jamie Lai. Jamie, go ahead and unmute. Go ahead. Jamie, we'll get back to you. The next speaker is, I believe it's Emily Chen. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah,
we'll-
we must be having a technical issue.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Just finally, I just want to say that by board policy, if any staff or employee at school want to show anything without parental consent, that's against our board policy. And I want to thank Patrick Walker, principal of Cerritos High, for stopping that film being shown. So thank you very much. May I have a motion for adjourn?
Second by Sophia.
You're so excited. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Hey, I just said ditto. I didn't say anything.
Like, we didn't even extend it.